Hi, everyone. All right, welcome to our day two of our immigration summit. I'm super excited to be here. I'm even more excited that my live stream on YouTube worked because it didn't work properly yesterday. So if you want to watch it on YouTube, you can, and you can also access the recording of this on YouTube, and you will also get email. With a recording after this session is over. So we have lots of stuff to go through today, and today we're focusing on on temporary residence. So we're focusing on work permits, and that would include postgraduate work permit, that would include spousal open work permit, LMIA work permits, and LMIA exempt work permits. And as usual, at the end of the session, we're going to have a full Q&A session. So make sure you stick around until Q&A session because we will be answering your questions. Now, tell me, guys, where you joining from? Guten Tag from Germany. Hi, Michael. I love Germany. I traveled to Germany so many times when I was a kid. I'm originally from Ukraine, and we used to go ski in Austria and Germany. I have lots of friends living there, so yay, I'm excited. I hope I can go there for traveling. Hamilton, Ethiopia, Kentucky, Nepal, Toronto, Italy, ciao, Oakville, Ontario, Tunisia, Ukraine. All right, so many. Prince Albert, Colombia, Saskatoon. Oh, Eddie from Colombia. We have your fellow Colombian today presenting. Angelica Pates will be presenting on FTAs, which is LMIA exempt work permits. So you can definitely ask her some questions because Colombians are eligible for LMIA exempt work permits. Houston. Philippines, Newmarket, Ontario, Kenya, Nigeria, Ghana, Trinidad and Tobago. Awesome, guys. I'm super excited. All right, so let me double check if we're good with our 1 second YouTube streaming, and be ready to put some friends. Oh my gosh, I'm going to Spain and France this summer. I'm super excited. I love France. All right, so yeah, we're good on YouTube. Wow, I'm impressed with my technical skills. All right, guys, so what we're going to do today, so let me just quickly share our agenda for today, and we're going to welcome our first speaker. All right, where's my agenda here? Okay, so what we have today is a day two. Yay, day two. We're at the midpoint. And what we're going to talk about today, as I said, is postgraduate work permits, LMIA and LMIA exempt work permits, spousal open work permits. We went through many changes with regards to spousal open work permits and Francophone work permits, which are amazing opportunities. So you want to stick around today because if you want to apply for a work permit or extend your work permits in Canada, this session probably will be very useful. So we're going to start with a postgraduate work permit, and I want to welcome our first speaker today, Egidija. Egidija is an RCIC regulated Canadian immigration consultant with years of work experience. How many years you've been practicing, Egidija?
Hi, Olena, and hi, everyone. I received my license in 2016, so it's
Okay.
8, 9 years already.
Here you go. So Egidija will be sharing her knowledge and experience today. And as usual, guys, those who are watching on YouTube, you can see the links to relevant speakers, to their websites, to their consultations, to all the bonus materials. We have a lot of bonus materials for you that are absolutely free. So you can see everything in the description of the video on YouTube. Those who are here with us on Zoom webinars, you can receive those links at 3 p.m. today. So if you do want to get in touch with me, with Corey Weber, with Egidija, or with any other other speakers today, you will get those links. Most of us are providing discounts on consultations, and those discounts are valid only for yesterday, today, and tomorrow. So on Friday, those discounts will be expiring. So just something to note. But yeah, Gita, you want to kick off our day 2 of the summit and start with postgraduate work permits. So if you're studying in Canada, then this session is for you guys.
Yes, hi again. Hi, Olena. Thank you for having me. It's my pleasure to be here. We all here, I guess, very happy. And I hope I can bring some valuable information for you guys who are watching or will be watching later. So yeah, let's start because I have lots of information to share. Just technical things to do, right?
Yeah, that's okay. Take your time.
Yeah,
I can see a screen now. So
good. That's good. And
here we go. Yeah, we're good to go.
All right. So thanks everyone for joining us today. Second day summit. Great opportunity to have lots of information, no charge for it, and I hope you will take something which is valuable to you. Right. So on the screen, first of all, on the screen you can see my full name. It's Egidija Benotiene, and CICC number RCIC R520583. And why I'm posting it here, because this is just a friendly reminder that if you decide to consult with a professional, be aware that many scams are around us nowadays, right? Avoid interaction with unauthorized individuals. They are ghost consultants and may cause you more issues than advantages. Are you ready? Let's start. Today, our topic is post-graduation work permit. I know, at least I assume, that many of you are here international students or recent graduates, even though I saw you are from many different countries. Maybe you are planning to come to Canada to study. So it's to prepare in advance, it's even better. I also know how international students care about their future in Canada. Post-graduation work permit is a powerful opportunity, but it can be also confusing or stressful if you are not prepared. So today I'll walk you through the key rules, timelines, common mistakes, and smart strategies that you can use to protect your status and move one step closer to your permanent residency. Stay tuned. We're going to cover a lot of practical tips that most people don't learn until it is too late. Also, I want to tell you in advance that I will be using PGWP term, which is in short of post-graduation work permit in my presentation. So you need to, who doesn't know, you need to know that, okay? So let's start. Sorry, why PGWP matters? In my opinion, one of the most important permits for international graduates in Canada is PGWP. For many, PGWP becomes the key that opens the door to permanent residency. However, I've seen a lot of many smart people, talented graduates, who lose their chance, not because they didn't qualify, but because they didn't understand the process, the timings, or small details that can make or break your application. By the end of this session, I want you to feel confident that you understand what it is PGWP, who qualifies, how to apply, and most importantly, how to avoid the mistakes that could cost you this opportunity. Basic information. What is post-graduation work permit? As you probably know, PGWP is an open work permit. This means that once approved, you are allowed to work for almost any employer in Canada in any occupation. I want to emphasize that PGWP is not just any work permit, it's one-time opportunity. If you miss the chance to apply, or if you apply incorrectly and the time has passed, you cannot reapply later. There is no option to request a second chance. It's designed, PGWP is designed for international graduates to give you a chance to gain Canadian work experience. And this experience is a key factor for most PR programs, like express entry or many provincial nominee programs. This is why it's so important to understand the details fully, not just eligibility, but also timelines and conditions that allow you to apply successfully. In the next few slides, I'll explain who qualifies, how long PGWP can be issued for, and how to avoid small mistakes. Okay, let's move forward. And who can apply for PGWP? This is essential information for your success. However, remember that to verify, you need to verify the updates before you apply, because IRCC often surprises us by changing policies without warning. Here I listed the core eligibility criteria for PGWP, as some exceptions apply for specific cases. You can always check the official IRCC website. So number one is program completion. You must have completed a program of at least 8 months at the PGWP eligible designated learning institution or 900 hours for Quebec schools. Please note, not all DLAs and not all programs leads to PGWP. The IRCC provides a link on their website where you can check your application if your program qualifies. Number two, full-time status. You should have maintained full-time student status throughout your studies. Exceptions apply only for the final academic term or if you had an approved leave of absence. Number three, eligibility requirements, maintaining legal status. If your study permit is still valid when you apply for PGWP, you can remain in Canada and work, if eligible, while waiting for your PGWP decision. If your study permit will expire before you receive your completion documents, you should apply for visitor record to maintain your legal status in Canada while waiting for the decision. If your study permit has already expired and you did not change your status to a visitor, you have up to 90 days to apply for restoration of status as a student and submit your PGWP application. But remember that during the restoration, you are not authorized to work until your new work permit is issued. Number four, application timeline. You must apply for PGWP within 180 days of receiving confirmation of program completion. Important information here. This is based on your official completion letter or transcripts, not your graduation ceremony date. The key message from this slide would be always maintain legal status in Canada, either through a valid study permit, visitor record, or restoration process to protect your eligibility for post-graduation work permit. And this is not everything, not all eligibility requirements, as new rules came into effect in November last year. Let's now cover the recent updates to PGWP eligibility. It is language requirement and field of study restrictions. I know that so many confusion was about it. Let me try to explain you in short, and hopefully it will be useful. So first, language proficiency requirement. All PGWP applicants must now submit valid language test results. The minimum score depends on the level of completed study program. It is CLB 7 for university graduates and CLB 5 for college or non-university graduates. Exception only apply for graduates from flight schools, but other conditions must be checked for this specific graduates. Accepted test, it's like all IRCC normal test, it's IELTS, General, SOWP, General, PTE, Core, and French test. Test results must be valid 2 years on must be valid on the PGWP application submission. Number two, field of study restriction. This applies only to individuals whose study permit application was submitted on or after November 1st, 2024, and who will apply for PGWP right now. If your study permit program requires the field of study, you must graduate from a program linked to a certain occupation. As for now, only these fields of studies are eligible for PGWP. It is healthcare, STEM, trades, transport, education, agriculture, and agri-food. Good news for graduates with bachelor's degree, master's degree, and doctoral degrees. You are exempt from this field of study restriction. Also, graduates from flight schools are exempt. Any other graduates, even from a university, should be aware of this requirement. Again, just a reminder that there is a list on IRCC website where you can check the eligible CIP, which is Classification of Instructional Program for PGWP. In simple words, your study program must be on that list if study restrictions applies. Now let's talk about how long your PGWP can be issued for. The duration of this work permit is directly tied to the length of your study program, but there are some important details to understand. Number one, if your program was 8 months to less than 2 years long, you can get a PGWP for the same length of your program. If your program was 2 years longer, you may be eligible for 3-year post-graduation work permit. Special rules for master's graduate. Even if your master program was under 2 years long, IRCC allows for 3-year post-graduation work permit. This is an excellent advantage for those completing shorter master programs. It looks simple, right? But here what you need to watch out for. For example, if your passport expires before your full PGWP duration, your permit will be issued only until your passport expiry date. If this happens, you can renew your passport and then apply for an extension of your PGWP to get remaining time. Also, if you complete a 2 eligible program back-to-back, you may be able to combine those 2 programs and apply for PGW. For example, 2 programs, 1 year length may qualify you for 3-year PGWP. So these are important, and remember, you need to understand. These small timings details can make a big difference. So always check your documents and program length carefully. When and how to apply? It's a good question. You have 180 days, about 6 months, to apply from the date your school confirms that you completed your program. This is the date on your completion letter or transcripts, not a graduation ceremony. I'm repeating this information because people are getting confused. My advice, apply as soon as you have these documents. It means completion letter or final transcripts. Don't wait until the last minute. Location, you can apply online since 2024, no at port of entry from inside Canada, and I recommend to choose this way. You can also apply from outside Canada if you leave before submitting your PGWP application, as long as you are still within 180-day window. How to apply? Gather the documents. Completion letter from DLA, official transcripts, valid passport, proof of valid status in Canada if applicable, or restoration application documents, language test results, proof that you graduated in an eligible field of study if applicable. It is based on CIP list, which as I mentioned previously. Once you have the required documents, complete the application forms on IRCC online portal, pay the application fees, which is 255 Canadian dollars. As of now, it's include work permit and open work permit holder fee. Important tip for you, make sure your study permit has not expired at the time you apply, or if it has, that you have a valid maintained status or restored status before submitting the PGWP application. Also, double check all your documents before submission. Even small errors like expired passport or one missing letter can delay your application or even lead to refusal. Let's cover the most common mistakes that can ruin your PGWP application. These are very basics, okay? So number one, I'd like to mention unauthorized work during studies. For example, if you were working more than 20 or 24 hours as of now per week during academic session, it is not good. Another example, working during suspension, academic leave, or part-time semesters, except for the final term. Again, it's not authorized work, right? Because unauthorized work can make you ineligible for PGWP. Mistake number two, I would mention that missing the 180-day deadline. Waiting too long after program completion, not a good idea. Remember, the clock starts from the school when it confirms that you completed your program, not the graduation ceremony. The third mistake, I will mention that study permit expiring before applying without restoring the status. If your study permit expires before you apply, and you don't have valid status, or apply for restoration you need to apply for restoration at the same time and the PGWP application, otherwise your application will be refused. Restoration is possible only within 90 days, but it is risky and not guaranteed. One more mistake I will mention is that if your study permit application was submitted, this probably will be for new students who will be submitting these days. If your study permit application was submitted on or after November 1st, 2024, check the requirements for field of study, restrictions apply. My final tip on this slide would be that these mistakes and most of all mistakes are preventable if you plan ahead. Don't rely on assumptions or what friends may have experienced. The rules may have changed since they applied. Remember that, it's very important. Right, so this is very common question which I'm getting from my clients. Can I work after graduation while waiting for my PGWP decision? The answer is yes, but only if you met certain conditions or if you meet certain conditions. You are allowed to work full-time while waiting for your PGWP application approval if you completed your program of study and have proof of completion from your school. It is completion letter or transcript. Second, you apply for PGWP application before your study permit expired. And you respected the conditions on your study permit. For example, no unauthorized work during your studies, or you were able to work off campus while on study permit. Please know that if your study permit expired before you applied for PGWP, or if you did not respect work conditions during your studies, you cannot work while waiting your PGWP. Even more, if you work without authorization, this may impact your PR eligibility later. So this is very serious. My practical tip for you, when in doubt, always double check the work conditions printed on your study permit and confirm your program completion date officially with your school. Don't assume you're allowed to work just because you applied. Eligibility depends on these specific conditions being met. In the next slide, we will look at another tricky area which relates to traveling outside Canada and re-entering while waiting for PGWP. This is another common area. As I mentioned, I see graduates getting into trouble or confused. Let's be very clear about this. The PGWP is not a travel document. Even if your PGWP application is submitted or approved, it does not guarantee you can return to Canada if your entry document is expired. To enter Canada, you must hold one of the following, which is visa or ETA. A valid temporary resident visa applicable to people who are from visa-required countries. ETA, which is electronic travel authorization, applies to people who are from visa-exempt country. Common travel mistakes I see: leaving Canada while visa or ETA expired, assuming that PGWP approval alone is enough to re-enter. It is not. Leaving while on maintained status, formerly called implied status, thinking you can easily come back. Maintained status protects your legal state in Canada, but it does not guarantee re-entry. I'm not saying it's not possible, but it does not guarantee. What you can do to avoid these mistakes: my tips is, if your visa or ETA is expired or expiring, apply for a new one before you leave Canada. Always carry proof of your PGWP application in progress and your program completion documents when traveling. If your travel is not urgent, it is often safer to wait until your PGWP is approved and re-entry documents are fully in place for leaving. Remember, the CBSA or border officer is always has the final say on whether you are allowed back into Canada. So being fully prepared is the key. Let's see how PGWP connects to your pathway for permanent residency. The PGWP is not only your chance to gain Canadian work experience. For many graduates, it's the key to make permanent residency possible. So why PGWP matters for PR? The PGWP allows you to gain Canadian work experience, and this is one of the most valuable factors in the comprehensive ranking system for express entry. Number two, also, PGWP also opens the doors for many provincial nominee program streams that require Canadian work experience. And the most importantly, PGWP makes you eligible for the Canadian Experience class, one of the main 3 express entry categories, which requires at least 12 months of skilled work experience in tier 0, 1, 2, or 3. I'll give you a short example scenario. You graduate in Canada, secure a skilled job full-time, for example, tier 1 category, you work for 1 full year on your PGWP. That work experience may now qualify under your CC, its Canadian Experience class, significantly improving your CRS scores and your chance of receiving invitation to apply for PR. But here is something what I always remind to my clients. PGWP itself does not automatically lead to PR. It simply gives you the chance to gain the required work experience. The strategy and timing still matters. Excuse me. Be smart. My planning tip for you: think about the job you will be taking on PGWP, right? Then NOC code, skill level, tier category, and the province. Some PNP streams prefer specific occupations, and knowing this early can help you make the best choices for your PR pathway. In the next session, we will go over the most common questions that I hear from graduates about PGWP. These are the questions, and I'm sure many of you are wondering about the same things. Can I apply for PGWP twice? No. The PGWP is one of the one-time opportunity. That's what I mentioned in the very beginning. Once it's issued, you cannot apply again, even if you completed a new program afterwards, unless it's back-to-back courses. Can my spouse get an open work permit if I hold a PGWP? Possibly, but only if you are working in a skilled occupation tier 0, 1 or 2, 3 with some exceptions, and you need to provide proof of employment. It is not automatic. Do I need a job offer to apply for PGWP? No, you don't need a job offer to apply for this work permit. Eligibility for PGWP is based on study program completion, not employment. What happens if my PGWP expires before I get PR? Can I still in Canada? This question comes from people who already applied for PR. My answer would be yes. You may be eligible for bridging open work permit if you have submitted your PR application and received your acknowledgement of receipt. If not eligible for PGWP, your options may include applying for a closed work permit, visitor record, or even live in Canada. Does my work permit does my work permit done while waiting for my PGWP decision before approval count towards express entry PR work experience? Yes, if you met the conditions to work while waiting. It means applied before your study permit expiry, you authorized to work during studies, etc. And the job is tier 0, 1, 2, or 3. If we still have time, you can use the chat group, the chat box, or later in the day at 2 p.m. We will be covering the answers. And to finalize my presentation, I have a few more things to do. So let me to wrap up with key reminders on how to protect your status and avoid common mistakes. Okay. Yeah, we're now here. Stay safe, stay legal. This is one of the most important reminders I always give to my clients because understanding the PGWP rules is only part of the story. The other part is making sure you are protecting your immigration status while planning your next steps. So plan ahead. Don't wait until your permit is about to expire. The earlier you understand your options, the more choices you'll have. Waiting until last minute can lead to status issues or missed PR opportunities. Know your work rights. Understand what your permit allows you to do. Don't assume you allow it to work. Check your permit conditions carefully. Misunderstanding work rights, especially while waiting for PGWP, is one of the most common mistakes. Understand options if your PGWP or status is expiring. Bridging open work permit if you applied for PR is in process. Visitor record to maintain legal status in Canada if needed. Restoration of status if you lose your status unexpectedly must apply within 90 days. Keep your documents organized and safe. Study permit, completion letter, transcripts, PGWP application submission confirmation, language test, passport. Make sure it's fully valid for all PGWP duration. Avoid mistakes that put your future at risk. First, unauthorized work. Second, missing application deadlines. Third, not knowing your work and travel restrictions. My final tip, in Canadian immigration, I didn't know is not an acceptable excuse. Know your rules, plan ahead, ask for advice if needed. So we are almost finished, and I want to wrap up today's session with a few important reminders. PGWP is an incredible opportunity, but as we've discussed, it's not automatic, and small mistakes can cost you this chance. Key takeaways to remember: know your eligibility, apply on time, understand your work rights, protect your status, think ahead about your PR pathway. Final message: your PGWP is not just a work permit, it is your foundation to build your future in Canada. Take this process seriously and make sure that every decision you make supports your long-term goals. Final advice: if you are unsure about your situation or would like to get some personalized advice, eligibility or strategy, consult with authorized professional. Thank you so much for being here, listening to me. That's lots of information. And I genuinely wish you the best in your journey. You can always learn final. You can always learn about me on my website, which is benotesimmigration.com. I also invite you to follow me on LinkedIn where I post daily immigration news and other updates, not just about PGWP, other programs as well. And yeah, I hope you have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Egidija. That was great. I really love that. And that provides such a good kind of basis and guide for those who are looking to apply for postgraduate work permit. So great. I can see some questions in the chat. Just first, I'm going to address some organizational kind of questions. What time Q&A session may be? So we're going to take some questions with regards to PGWP right now, but also our big Q&A session will be at 2 p.m. Eastern today. So you can always come for that one, either through YouTube or through Zoom, and ask your questions. Now, can you share your contact number? So on YouTube, you can see all the contact information of all the speakers in the description of the YouTube video. But as Egidija just said, I can just drop even her link on her website. 1 second, I'm going to do that right now. And here it is. All right, I'm going to drop the link in Zoom, but if you're watching on YouTube, you can find it in the description. All right, now, oops, that's not it. 1 second, I didn't get copied. All right, now we can take some questions. Egidija, did you see any interesting questions in the chat that you would like to address?
I see many questions, so I'll do not go to the beginning. I'll see something right what I can see right now, and I'll take the question. I guess it's from inside Canada, right? If I applied for PGWP extension on paper due to less validity because of my passport expiry, can I continue working? I have not received AOR yet, but courier has been delivered. So my answer would be yes, because I assume you send your application with courier, like with tracking number. If you have that tracking number that it was received on time before your current PGWP expires, you can continue working until you receive the decision. You are maintaining a status.
Yeah, makes sense. Honestly, this is a mystery of my life, why IRCC website says to apply on paper for PGWP passport, because you can apply online. Like for our clients, we just apply online and that's it. And I don't understand why it says to apply on paper, and poor people are going through this hassle of like printing out and like doing the courier, because IRCC website says so, but it's not factually correct.
Yeah, sometimes it happens that IRCC gives well, we as a practitioners, we know that it works and it is not, prohibited or something. Yes, IRCC websites apply in paper if you want to remove conditions or extend your due to passport, apply in paper. But it doesn't make sense because all my applications, as you said, Olena, as well, they are faster, easier, and there is nothing wrong to submit online.
Exactly. It's just, I was shocked when I saw, because I had a consultation and a client showed me, I'm like, why did you even apply on paper? Like, this is so odd. And he showed me, because IRCC website says that. I'm like, really? Like, that's just so weird.
So basically the general rule, not just about PGWP, right, is to apply online.
Online. Yeah, so we almost don't have any paper applications at all.
No, only if you are not able for some reasons, like, medical reasons or something else, you cannot do it online. Then you need to apply for on paper. But people still doing, and but I suggest it can be done online for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, then let's see another one. I'm a student and my husband is dependent here in Canada. I'm about to apply for PGWP. If I have contract basis job, will it be an assume of my husband to get the work permit extension when I apply for PGWP? Should I need permanent job as a requirement for my husband to? So if I understand the question correct, she's a student. the applicant is a student and has spouse here. So if the question is if spousal open work permit for PGWP holders can be applied at the same time, I would say yes. If you have proved that you are working in the qualified tier, it is 0, 1, 2, or 3 with some exceptions, and then you can apply. But if you don't have proof that you are working with evidence of job offer, employment letter, pay stubs, you don't risk and don't apply. I think today later, spousal open work permit topic will be more looked in depth. So this can be, more expanded. But the general answer would yes, if you can prove that you meet the requirements as a principal applicant. I'm not sure if I answered the question.
Yeah, I think you did. I'm going to answer this question. We did cover it yesterday, but this is so important. So I want to take it. A question from Manoj. So you should stop working once you receive the study completion letter. Yes, you absolutely should stop working when you get either a study completion letter or your final transcript, whichever comes first, and you can resume working again once you apply for postgraduate work permit. Obviously, conditions apply. But basically that gap between you receiving study completion letter and applying for postgraduate work permit, during that gap, legally you cannot work. And that is a mistake that I see all the time because we handle express entry PR applications, and that's when people run into troubles because we discover that they worked illegally. So for example, if you receive completion letter on, I don't know, April 20th, but you apply for postgraduate work permit on May 30th, but you worked during those dates, that means that from April 20th to May 30th, you were working illegally. And that is a significant period of time, which can absolutely jeopardize your PR application. So everybody should be careful about that.
Yeah, it's very important. So basically, when you receive the letter, completion letter, it usually comes even in email from the school, you should stop working on the same day. If you submit application after 2 days, you can, and you meet the requirements, you can continue working. This is, very, very, very important. So if my PGWP expires before I get my PR, can I apply for a closed work permit? So it depends. Yes, you can. You always can apply for closed work permit if you have LMA decision letter, right? But I'm missing some kind of information in this question. As I mentioned in my presentation, if you applied for PR and let's say you received AOR, then you can apply for bridge open work permit. You don't need LMA and apply for closed work permit. The most important, you keep your status valid. Do not lose it. Do not wait for restoration or something. Just, maintain your status. Is it a closed work permit? If you don't have another job offer, visitor record you need to apply, but and need to do before your current PGWP expires. The date is very important.
Yeah. Another thing, just with regards to PGWP, I don't know, maybe you mentioned it in your presentation, but just one thing we right now face in our practice all the time is that when people fill out their PGWP application, like the IMM form, they don't fill out their employment history properly. And then that can be a problem for a PR application down the road. So when you're applying for PGWP, make sure that in the actual form, you fill out your employment history for the last 10 years. There are only 3 slots, but that doesn't mean that, oh, it doesn't fit. It doesn't mean that. You should be providing additional paper to really cover all of your employment history for the last 10 years. Because if you don't mention your employment history in your PGWP application, that may jeopardize your PR application if you decide to claim points or claim that experience in your PR application, but you didn't mention it in your PGWP application, and that may become a problem.
And that brings me to another topic, which is related, right? When you applied for study permit, and if you had work experience, foreign work experience, because sometimes people work in their home country, apply for study permit, right? Your previous foreign work experience must be written on your previous study permit, and that your PGWP application must align with your previous application, or work history, which you submitted already to IRCC on your study permit application. That's why I said in the beginning, use only regulated Canadian immigration consultants, because most people come and say, oh, I don't even have my study permit application because I applied through some agent in my home country and they didn't provide me any records of the application. I said this, they don't know what they even declared on it. And this may cause big issues later in the future when you apply for PR, because if it was something written different, then it actually is. So this is what I like to say to my clients. This is your life. You know the best. You take responsibility. Use authorized consultant as a guide for you to listen their advice, what they said, what they suggested. But you need to remember what happened in your life, right? What did you study? Where did you travel?
You need to review your applications and know what goes in there, right?
Yeah, because later on you cannot blame anybody else. It is your signature. You are telling us what you've done before. So please take some responsibilities as well.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that those like unauthorized agents, especially for study permits, it's a huge problem because they really submit like not appropriate applications. A lot of those applications are incorrect, like in a sense of information, like just information is not factually correct with regards to your work experience. And that's what we're seeing right now when immigration is getting tougher. IRCC is just calling all of those PR applicants out because they literally we have hundreds of procedural fairness letters from IRCC saying that we telling you misrepresented yourself because on PR application you said this, on a study permit application you said this. That's it. And the excuse of like, but my agent filed it, it just doesn't fly. IRCC doesn't care, right? So that's why it's important to know, especially PGWP, a lot of people are doing it on their own, which is good. It's just be careful when you're doing it on your own, right? Like to do all the details and do all the input all the information for sure. Any other questions you see?
I see one more question. To those who have completed their graduate program from outside the European country are eligible for PGW program. This is a question mark. It's a question. So all requirements, eligibility requirements applies to any applicant who is from any country. I mean, any country, or the most important, you studied in Canada, you met the eligibility, you completed the LA, the required course, you met other requirements, and it doesn't matter where from you came to Canada, the eligibility requirements are the same. It doesn't mean it's European or not European country. Yeah. Yes, you probably know that for Canadian education, you don't need any ECA. There is not applicable ECA, which is usually doing people are doing best, right? It's for French education only. Yeah, questions about PR was yesterday. All the topic was very good. Many topics were covered.
Yeah, and we'll take some questions after our session today, so 2 p.m. Eastern. Maybe we can do one more question and then we'll transition to the next session.
Again, this is, I think we already answered, and different question, but what if I'm in the pool and still waiting for an invitation to apply? Can I still apply for bridging open work permit? You cannot apply for bridge open work permit if you have not submitted your PR application yet. If you are in the pool and waiting for the invitation, focus on increasing your scores, first of all. And of course, check when your PGWP expires. If it expires, you need to submit new application before expiry date, whether it is closed work permit if you have employer with LMIA, if you are exempt from LMIA, maybe I think topics will be covered today. If you don't have job and you don't have possibility to apply for job offer, you need to apply at least for VR, which is visitor record, which allows you to stay in Canada legally, but you cannot work. And again, it will probably be spot for 6 months, then you have a chance to apply for extension. Sometimes people decide to leave Canada, and remember that you can qualify for PR even if you are outside Canada. Your Canadian work experience, it does not disappear. You can still use it for future. I mean, that's why it's so important to pre-plan even before you come to study to Canada on study permit, before you apply for PGWP. And while waiting to preparing your application for PR. Everything, you cannot decide one day I'll do this, tomorrow I'll change my plan. If you know what are you studying, what program, what is your goal? If your goal is PR, try to get the job in Canada, which will give you some points for makes you eligible to apply for PR, right? Because last thing what I'll tell them, people are coming saying, oh, I worked on PGWP for 2 years and I worked in unskilled position. What can I do? He doesn't qualify for express entry. So it's so sad to hear that those 2 years, they were basically it was wasted because you wasted 2 years unskilled job, which does not allow you to apply for Canadian experience class in express entry. And you studied here, you already have big advantage because you have completed course in Canada. So please be careful, plan in advance. Do not take any job which comes to your plate or put some efforts and try to make it better for your own future.
Yeah, that's definitely a good ending of the session. Okay, guys. Well, thank you so much, Egidija. Thank you for your time today. Everybody, I can see Gloria is asking. There are other couple of people asking about how do you get in touch with Egidija. On YouTube, you can find the links in description. In the chat, I'm just going to drop Egidija's website once again because everybody seems to be very interested in postgraduate work permit questions. Yeah, Manoj is asking, is postgraduate work permit always a once in a lifetime opportunity? Yes, it is. Honestly, like sometimes I forget about it, like myself, because when I was immigrating, I came on a postgraduate work permit, like on study permit, and then applied for postgraduate work permit. And then when my postgraduate work permit was expiring, I didn't have pathway for 2PR. I was like, I'm just gonna go study again, and I'm gonna get another postgraduate work permit. I was like, oh yeah, I remember they told me it's only once in a lifetime, right? So yeah, it's only once in a lifetime. So if you do another program, it's not going to give you another postgraduate work permit. Just something to be aware of. But yeah, thank you so much, Egidija. And we're going to transition to the next session. The next session will be about other work permits, which would be LMIA-based work permits and LMIA exempt-based work permits. We will talk about LMIAs and we will talk about free trade agreements. So if you are from certain countries, you may be qualified for free trade agreement, LMIA exemption. And a lot of people and a lot of even immigration consultants don't really know how it works. And they don't really, like they're just simply not even aware of these opportunities. So it's not always that you need an LMIA in order to get a work permit in Canada. Sometimes you can have an easier path, and that's great. So we're going to take a 5-minute break, not even, probably a couple of minute break. And then we're going to welcome our speakers for the next session. We're going to welcome Fernanda Gonzalez for LMIA work permits, and she specializes in LMIAs. And we're going to welcome Angelica, who specializes in many different things, but one of the most common things would be FTA, free trade agreement, LMIA exempt work permits. So let's take a quick break, and then we're going to come back and start the next session. I can see some questions coming in. Thea is asking, is it possible for me to connect directly to the host? You seem have taken the avenue that I'm interested in, but all of this is very confusing, especially trying to navigate it outside of Canada. Honestly, Thea, I totally get it, because if I was to immigrate to, I don't know, like Germany right now, and I was like attending a similar seminar for immigration in another country, I would be like so confused, because it's all like very technical. It's very, very, overwhelming. So yes, absolutely. If you want to connect to any of our speakers today, you will receive an email today at around 3 p.m. and you will get all of the links for all of the discounted consultations, all of the resources and all the stuff. Also, you can go on our YouTube channel, and in the description of the video, which I'm going to send it to you right now here, you can already see, all of our links and speakers and all of that kind of information. So yeah, absolutely. If you feel confused, that totally makes sense to do. Now, I'm dropping the link here to our YouTube live, which in the description of that video, you can find all of the links that you need. Now, let's welcome our next speakers. We have here Fernanda Gonzalez, based in BC, British Columbia, Canada. And Fernanda is specializing in LMIAs and LMIA work permit. I would say that most of her practice is LMIA. She has very extensive experience in that. So she's the person to talk to when it comes to LMIAs. And we have Angelica Pates, based here in Ontario. And Angelica specializes in different things, but one of many is free trade agreements. So free trade agreements between Canada and different countries. So if you're a citizen of certain countries that Angelica will tell you about today, you get a bit of an easier path of getting a work permit. So you don't necessarily need an LMIA to get a work permit. You can just apply easier path. So welcome, guys. Thank you so much for joining me today. All right, so let's start, I guess, with the LMIA work permits. Fernanda, do you want to kick off your session and start with your LMIA presentation?
Sure, Olena. Good morning, everybody. Yes, let's start this.
Yeah, we have a lot of people interested in that for sure, because we got a lot of questions yesterday, especially for LMIA, LMIAs and LMIA work permits, and also LMIA exempt work permits. Okay, perfect. Yeah, we can see your presentation. Looks amazing.
Okay. Well, let's start this. LMIAs. I wrote like a subtitle, potential workers' perspective. And this is because a lot of people misunderstand what is the LMIA and for whom. The LMIA is a employer-driven process. It's not something that an individual can apply for or for themselves or in the name of an employer. No, this is just for companies, okay? I just wanted to make that clear. So as Olena already mentioned, I'm Fernanda Gonzalez, a regulated Canadian immigration consultant. I'm the CEO and founder of El Camino Immigration Services based here in BC, but we have clients all over Canada. We also are a licensed BC and Saskatchewan recruiters. And this is not because we recruit people, that's another misunderstanding. It's because to represent clients, BC and Saskatchewan need us to be a licensed recruiter because we are liable. If there is a complaint for a worker or whatever, we also are liable. So that's why we need to have a license in those provinces. And as I said, we represent companies. We also represent the workers in a second stage, but less focused right now in LMIAs. What is an LMIA? Labor Market Impact Assessment. And as the name says, it's an assessment of the market, the labor market where the company is, to see if they are really in the need of hiring someone from abroad instead of inside Canada. An LMIA is a document that Canadian employers may need before hiring a foreign worker. Why before hiring? Because it's a company process. They may not know the worker, they may have already their workers, but that is not something that needs to matter to get an LMIA, not necessarily. It proves that there is a genuine need for a foreign worker to fill a job and that no Canadian citizen or permanent resident is available for that position. A positive LMIA is sometimes called a confirmation letter or LMIA confirmation letter. With it, you can apply for a work permit. So once the LMIA is approved, the company has an LMIA, a positive LMIA, it must have your name as a worker. The application may be done with the name already, or it can be added in when it is already approved. And it depends on the kind of LMIA to do that or not, like if it is possible or not. There are different kinds of LMIAs. I just divide them in general in high wage stream for jobs paying above the provincial median wage, and low wage stream for jobs paying below the median wage. This needs to be clarified too. I think that a lot of people misunderstand or are confused about skilled work and low skilled work and high wage and low wage. High wage is just when the position is paid above the median wage of the provincial. And the low wage stream, it could be a high skilled wage, but not necessarily paid above the median wage of the province, which is something to be clear on. There are other streams like agricultural, seasonal agricultural work permits, and global talent streams. But the main ones, the ones that are most common, are high wage stream and low wage stream. Why does LMIA matter to you as an applicant or as a potential worker? Because without an LMIA, employers cannot offer you a job that leads to a Canadian work permit. Of course, there are some exceptions, but in general, if somebody wants to work in Canada, the employer needs to have that process done and to show that there are nobody that can fill that position, Canadian or permanent resident already in Canada. The LMIA process ensures fair wages and working conditions for foreign workers, meaning you must be paid at least the same as a Canadian for the same job. And another, when I said working conditions, it means that you are going to do what the occupation duties are. Like, you cannot have a roofer national occupation code and be doing tile setting work. So, or besides the roofing, you the employer could ask you to do something else, and those are not the conditions for the work. So the LMIA protects the worker also. The workers inside Canada, nationals and permanent residents, and the workers from abroad. How does the LMIA process work? Well, the employer applies, and it applies to ESDC, Employment and Social Development Canada, which is not immigration. Employment and Social Development Canada, it's part of Service Canada. The employers need to apply. Nowadays, it's just online, and they need to apply with the proof of recruitment. They must show they try to hire Canadian or permanent resident first. And depending on the stream of the LMIA, there will be different documents and different conditions. The recruitment, for example, in low-wage position, they need to prove that the offer was done to minority groups. That could be indigenous, they could be newcomers, or young people with disabilities, for example. In the application, they need to meet the wage requirements for each occupation. And if it is a low wage or high wage, the median wage of the region need to be the same as the occupation that they want for the vacancy that they want to fill. The LMIA decision, if it is approved, you would need to have a copy with your name and a job offer for you to apply for a work permit in another stage. The work permit application, as I said, you use these documents to apply for the work permit besides another ones. It's not that you just find, it's the LMIA and your name and that's it. You need to have an employment contract, you need to have a job offer, and the regular requirements to apply for a work permit, sorry. The processing times, like the latest announced in March 2025, are this. You can see here the high wage stream is 70, they announced 74 days in high wage and low wage, but in reality, and with all the changes that has been put there, more than 90 days at least, beside the advertisement, which is 1 month within the 3 months before of the application. And here is the link. I don't know if how we can share this link, Olena, but here is the link for the, I guess I can, well, I'll share it later, but this is the link to see the processing times of each stream of LMIAs. But yeah, it's not exactly how they are performing right now. These are the latest changes in LMIA regulations. Number 1, urban restrictions. There is a census of the metropolitan areas. And if in those areas, the unemployment rate is above, it's 6% or above that, there won't be accepting low-wage LMIAs. Right now in Vancouver, we have a 6.6, I think, something like that. But it's right now we cannot apply for LMIAs for companies that are located in Vancouver. High wage threshold, it was raised 20% of the median wage. Remember that I told you that to be a high wage position, the median wage of the province is is offered salary needs to be the median wage or above, but it just raised 20%. So here in BC, it's around $35 per hour to be considered a high wage position. And also they got restricted in the business documents to prove that they are a genuine business and that they are that they can comply with the wages of the workers before they could use a chartered accountant letter if their balance or the statements were not strong enough. An accountant letter or a lawyer letter saying that the business could comply was enough. Nowadays, that is not possible. So that had made things tougher. Low wage caps in some industries, they decrease the cap of the number of workers that they can apply in low wage positions. It was 20% and now is 10%. The 20% started in COVID time. Before it used to be 10%. Right now, again, it's 10%. However, in construction and healthcare, it was in COVID time, 20%, and 30%, and now it is 20%. Another change is the work permits for low wage positions are just right now for 1 year. So the LMIA would say that this position is just for 1 year, no more. And that is different of the validity of the LMIA. The LMIA right now it's 6 months. In COVID time, it was 9 months, then 12 months, and it was a time that it was 1 year and a half. Right now, the LMIA is valid just for 6 months, which means that the employer has 6 months to hire the worker that he wants to have in the spot of their LMIA. And another change is that in express entry, the LMIA gives the worker 50 points. Even if they were not working here, they can use as an employment arrangement of employment, the 50 points of an LMIA. That is gone. So this is what you need to know and to understand. Avoid scams and job fraud. Many of the regulations right now are because of there is a lot of fraud there and people abuse the system, and you can hear people even selling LMIAs, which is incredible. I can not understand how, but it is illegal to pay for a LMIA and for employer to offer an LMIA in exchange of money. If someone asks you for money in exchange for a job or a sponsorship, they use that word, sponsorship. There is no sponsorship for a work. It's an LMIA, which is what they need to have, the employer, to prove that they have real intentions to comply with the law with that worker. So if somebody offers you an LMIA instead of like in exchange of money, just walk away, because then you won't be secure in that position. To protect job seekers and make the process more transparent, Employment and Social Development Canada, ESDC, published a list of employers that have received a positive LMIA. This list is updated every 3 months. A lot of people ask me where I can find an LMIA, where I can find. My answer is, what do you know, what is your work experience? What is your the activity that you would like to perform in? If you go to the companies and you contact them directly, will have more success, because the LMIAs, you can of course make a cross-reference and that will help you, because if you check that list and there are companies in the field that you have experience, then you will be a good asset for them and you can contact them. But that doesn't mean that they will hire you because they have an LMIA. They might have already their worker. They might have already named the names of their workers, and it's just a requirement for them to have the LMIA, and that's why it's in that list. So you can cross-reference with that list, but that doesn't mean that they are looking for somebody. However, that will give you an idea that in the future you might be eligible for that position with that company. So we have done a pamphlet for you with the guide of how to get that list, with the steps and with some tips to improve your chances of getting a job offer, of course, based on an LMIA. I hope that information could be, I think it could be very useful and to give you the necessary for you to take decisions and find your pathway, your goal to get a work permit under an LMIA. This is our contact information. I don't know if there are questions that we need. I don't know how we are in time. We are good.
We're good in time. So what about this? What about Fernanda, maybe you can see like questions, anything that you think would be useful to answer. And then yeah, and I thank you so much, because I never actually thought about the fact that, you know, there is a list of those employers with LMIA, right? And I'm like, yeah, like, you know, employee can actually go to that, or, you know, somebody who's seeking LMIA can actually go to that list and start applying for those jobs and start contacting those employers. And that is so useful. But also, as an immigration consultant, I never thought about the fact that, yeah, like you can check if the LMIA is genuine by going to that list. Because I don't know if you guys remember, but a couple of years ago, we had a situation, and it was actually in British Columbia, when couple of people paid, like immigrants, obviously, people who were seeking for permanent residence, they paid for LMIA. They thought that what was LMIA, but it was just a PDF document that anybody can create, right? They applied for express entry, and Canadian government did the misrepresentation, right? They issued misrepresentation, because that LMIA was just like totally like just a PDF document that I can make in 5 minutes in Word, right? So yeah, those people were obviously scammed, and you know, and they had to leave Canada. But the thing here is that obviously, you know, like it's good to have that tool to, first of all, like have availability to see who is genuine and who is not. And then second is those people who want to apply for jobs, they can have this database to submit those applications.
Yeah, a lot of fraud. So you guys need to be careful. The LMIA is not something that you apply for. You look for a job, and if the employer wants to hire you and you don't have an exception of LMIA, which my colleague here, Angelica, will talk about, then most likely they need to apply for an LMIA. I see here a question, how to apply for an LMIA. You don't need to know, because you are not employer. Unless you are employer, then you need to know. But of course, there are certain requirements. It's a very technical application. And right now it's tough. Like, just for you to know, there were 172,000 about positions in LMIAs. I'm not talking about LMIAs, I'm talking about positions, so work permits or spot for work permits last year. For this year, the next year, and 2027, the quote, it's 82,000. That's it.
Oh, wow, I didn't know about that.
82,000 work permits under an LMIA. So it could be one LMIA with 10, with 5, with just one spot, same conditions, same wage, etc. But 72 spots, 72,000. So it's not easy right now for employers. Somebody is asking where they can find the pamphlet. I guess it is in the comments where they can find the link for the pamphlet.
Oh, and so you're going to receive an email at 3 p.m. with all the links. Okay, guys?
Okay. If you're on YouTube, there is the link, isn't it?
Yeah,
Of the
and on
freebies.
YouTube, there is a link just in description section. I'm going to drop the link to YouTube right now. You go to description of the video, and then you'll see the links there as well. So basically, it's just I can see like some people asking like, okay, like how do I, if I'm a visitor in Canada or if I need, LMIA job, like where do I start? Honestly,
Visitor can apply through lowest LMIA. Yes, they can apply, but of course they would need to leave and come back with the work permit approved or pre-approved. So the LMIA can be done here. They can leave or wait until the LMIA is approved and then apply for the work permit. And in a later stage where the work permit is approved, they can leave because they would need to present their passport in their home country if they need a visa, if they are from a country that needs a visa.
And ultimately, the first step for everybody, I can see Deborah is asking, like, how do I start, especially as a fresh graduate? Ultimately, the first step is finding a company and a job that would, because the company is the entity that needs to apply for LMIA, right? So ultimately, finding a job, right? And once you find a job, then figuring out whether they are willing to apply for LMIA, or maybe you are eligible for LMIA exempt streams, which Angelica is going to cover. So what about this? We'll transition to LMIA exempt stream with Angelica, and after her session, we'll take more questions. So Fernanda, if you want to stick around, then we'll take more questions after Angelica's session.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, Angelica. Well, Angelica is originally from Colombia, and I think that was one of the reasons why you really got into the FTAs, right? Because so many South Americans specifically, but not only, citizens are eligible for FTAs.
Exactly, yeah. And this is kind of a nice option that not many people know of. So thank you for the opportunity. So I guess I'm gonna share my screen here.
Yeah.
And yeah, let's do it then. Okay, so, well, my name is Angelica Potes. I'm a regulated Canadian immigration consultant, and today I want to share with you guys how to work in Canada as a professional. So we are going to see that the different FTAs have different sections, right, or stream you can apply through. But then today we're going to check what is to immigrate as a professional. All of these FTA has that option and that, let's say it kind of a stream, like as a business visitor. And we are gonna start talking about professionals and technicians. So welcome and thank you so much for your attention today. So what is FTA? So when we are talking about FTA, we are going to talk about the free trade agreements that Canada has with different countries. So these agreements are going to be like a LMIA exempt work permit that is going to be available for those nationals or PRs of those nations, right, that Canada has agreement. So this is dual. So that means that Canadians can go work on those countries, and the people from the country can come and work here. So, and this is going to be as well under the International Mobility Program. So as I mentioned at the beginning, this is a nice option for the nationals and people from those countries that are already here or are outside Canada, right? But right now, with all the changes, we have found, like in my practice, that this is a nice option for the people who is like limited on time to stay here, and maybe they're in the pathway of PR. And FTA, work permits under FTA can give them like a little bit more of extra time till they get their PR. So it has been working like that, and it has been worked nicely. So countries that have FTA with Canada are gonna be, so you here are gonna see right in the screen the different countries. So we have CUSMA, that is US and Mexico and Canada, Colombia, Canada, Canada, Chile, Canada, Peru, Korea, Panama, Ukraine. And we have this another one that is a comprehensive trade agreement that includes more countries in it, right? We have as well another that is the General Agreement of Trading Services that is going to apply to members of the World Trade Organization, but the max stay for these people in that work permit is going to be 90 days. So this option, I mean, is there if you want to explore as well, but we are going to concentrate today, like in these and other countries, right? United States, Mexico, Chile, Colombia, Peru, Korea, Panama, Ukraine, and the CPTPP that is going to give us at least 1 year to 3 years of work permit under this agreement. And as well, something important is that you can be like, not for all of them, but you can be citizen or you can be a PR of those countries. Okay, so this is really important, and it's as well important to mention that every agreement is different. So there is some that share kind of common information, but every agreement is different. And what you're looking here is to see if your profile fits with this, and see how you can, like show that you are eligible when an official officer is like looking to this. So who can apply? So as I mentioned, so you have to be a citizen of the participating country, or you can be a PR, right? Like in this moment, let's talk about citizen. You have to have a job offer in Canada. So that job offer, that means that you have an employer that is Canadian, that is looking to hire your services, and that job is in the list of professional or technical occupation of the agreement, right? So it's not all occupations. And here is where we can start seeing, right, like the difference between the LMIA, as Fernanda explained to us, is all this long process where the employer have to go and check and demonstrate that it was not a Canadian or PR in Canada who is gonna do this job. But for FTA, you have to have that offer, but the offer has to be listed in the agreement. Okay, so we are going to check that now. Another thing as well is that you need to meet the educational and experience requirement. That means that it depends on the occupation, you're going to need to show that you have the education required to do that. And let's check as well now, but it's like in the NOC of this occupation, you're going to show, or you're going to see what are the requirements, and you want to, like fit the NOC as much as possible. And as well, if you need a license to perform that job, so you need to have it. So the job offer, as we are talking here, you're going to find it in the different FTAs, right? It's different. But you are going to find, usually you're going to find the list of the occupations that are covered under the agreement. And in some other FTAs, you're going to find as well the part of technicians. And you're going to have a list that is inclusive and another list that is exclusive. That means that the professional occupations that are in the list doesn't apply, but in the other list, the ones who are only in the list are the ones who apply. So If you see, like I'm here kind of seeing what are the occupations that are more in common in all the trades. But for example, if we have human resources, let me go back. Human resources specialists, civil engineers, so all the part of business, all the part of engineering are into the most of the agreements, but always you have to check the list of your agreement. So this is an example of the list of the Colombian or Canada-Colombian FTA. So you're gonna see here that you have, like, at least in the Colombian one and in Peruvian as well in Mexico, you're gonna have a list of the professionals that are included. So the occupations as professionals, we are gonna be talking about the NOC 0 or 1, okay? So those are the occupations in the NOC. If your NOC has this tier that is 0 or 1, so you're gonna think, okay, so it's gonna be a professional occupation. And what you wanna see here is that all this list are the occupations that are not included, right? So for example, we mentioned that for another FTA, psychologists and these occupations were included. But if you see here, like in number F, you see that psychologists and social workers are a professional occupation that are not included in the FTA in Canada, Colombia, right? That means that if you have a NOC job offer with that NOC, so it's not eligible under FTA Colombia. But if your profession is outside of this list, so you are gonna be eligible to apply under FTA, right? The second part of this list, we're gonna have the technicians, where you're gonna see that only the occupations that are listed here are the ones who are gonna be eligible. So always try to check for that because this can be tricky. And then maybe you can get confused when you think it applies or doesn't apply, what FTA it is showing. Another thing really important in all this process is the NOC. So the NOC is like the national occupation category that Canada have for all the occupations, right? So you always have to check the number of tier that is your occupation, and as well it's your responsibility as an applicant to show that you meet and that you fulfill the duties of this NOC, right? Because let's be honest, all this application is gonna be on your position, right? Like, what is your position? What are your duties? And most of the people always get confused because they think the title of the job is what matters. But honestly, what is gonna matter here are gonna be the duties, right? If your duties are in line with the NOC, that's the most important thing for the officer. So now, another thing that you have to show is, as we mentioned before, the level of education, right? Because in some agreements, they're gonna say, this occupation, they need a bachelor degree, or for this another technical occupation, they need X amount of years of experience, right? So you need to prove that you have that. You need to show as well if it's a tier 0-1 that is a professional, or tier 2 or 3, right? And it's up to you to show that you have all that expertise. So something really common that happen is the title thing. People think that they can show the NOC only because of the title, but it's not, that's not right. So some things that you can do in order to check your NOC and see that is correct is actually have like the information of the government, right? Like the NOC that they are saying, this is NOC number 1000, this is a managerial position, and those are the duties. So you can get that for the NOC that the government is giving you, and then you can compare with your duties. So you can say, okay, this one says that I have to do some, let's see, supervising in this, but then I supervise this and other people, so this is a match. So I recommend you to go right over the duties of the NOC and over your duties and try to make the NOC match in this way, or for you to understand if that's the NOC that applies for you. And as well, this is gonna help the officer to understand your duties, okay? So another thing as well is that this is a two-step application kind of thing. So where the employer is gonna submit through the employer portal a job offer, and then this job offer is gonna match with your application, right? But then the employer needs as well to disclose all these duties in the employer portal. So tips for you, the NOC, you have to be 100% sure that that's the right NOC, and always lead that statement of your NOC through your duties. And yeah, as well, and the educational and experience that you have match with what the Canadian employer needs. Okay, so what you're gonna need to apply is gonna be, of course, your valid passport, the signed job offer. So you need this job offer from the employer. You need to show as well that you have the education needed. So you need your diplomas and professional credentials, your resume or your CV. You need experience letters or confirmation of previous confirmation of employer letter that you have, saying that you have been working for similar positions before. All of these documents needs to be translated if they are not in English or French. And as well, really important, and that we have seen that applications have been refused is because people is not presenting the proof of English, and that's super important, right? Because it's up to you to demonstrate that you have the eligibility to perform that job. So the officer in this case is gonna see if you meet what the government is asking for and what the employer is asking for, and as well matching what with the NOC is asking for, right? So for having a good, increase your chances to approval, the good thing is that you can, do a checklist and say, okay, all of this makes sense, so that the officer can not have any doubts or any questions about your application, but be able to increase, with a good application, the chances of approval. So another thing that I recommend always is that you should it's not obligatory, you're not gonna see that in the checklist, but if you can do a cover letter, that would be amazing. And in that cover letter, you can explain why do you qualify under this exemption of the LMIA. So are you Colombian? You have the experience. Are you Peruvian, Korean? You have the experience required. And then you can show that you are being hired because you are the best candidate and because of the agreement as well. So another thing that I always recommend is to demonstrate that you have ties back home. Why? Because this application is gonna be as well under a temporary resident, right, application. So that means that it's temporary. So you can use this application to stay longer in Canada, but remember that when you are doing a PR application or permanent resident application in Canada, that's independent of the temporary resident status that you have to have in Canada. So for me, it's always important to show in your application that you have ties back home, maybe a job offer, maybe education back home, maybe family, well, whatever it is, possessions back home or anything that can show that you have the ability of leave Canada after the job is done, okay? So this is only when we are thinking of, okay, this is a temporary stay in Canada as the regulation says. And another thing that is really important is to show in this application that the wage that you're gonna have is gonna be over the prevailing wage or the median, or the low wage for the occupation. So that information, you can check it as well in the job bank. And the idea is to show that that's the wage that the employer is paying you. And honestly, what do you want to show, even if the salary is lower than this, is that the employer is not taking advantage of you, okay? But you are having a salary that is in agreement, and that probably he's going to pay the same salary to the same position in their company if there is another position similar to you in the company. But then always remember that it's up to you to demonstrate this eligibility. The trade agreements are there, the policies are there, everything is right, what you have to match on your profile, but it's up to you to demonstrate this and to send the best application possible. So what does the employer has to do? So the employer has to send a job offer through an employer portal. The employer portal is a portal as well that IRCC has for the employers. They need to submit the job offer, right, using the proper code. As we saw in the beginning, every trade agreement and every professional under the trade agreement has a specific code, so they have to put that. And they have to send all the job offer through the employer portal. So duties, knock, position, skills and abilities that you need, salary, benefits, if they're gonna give you any benefits, all this information have to go through there. When they submit the employer portal, the offer through the employer portal, then they need to pay after like 230 Canadian dollars. That is called a complaints fee. Okay, so that's the only thing the employer has to do. And then when he submits the offer, then the government is gonna send, and that's kind of like right away, right? It's automatic. He gets like this number that is the offer of employment number. And with that offer of employment, you're gonna submit your work permit application. Okay, so this is what they have to do. For me, it's really important as well that you be, like the employer send this information, but you can help the employer. And the idea is that you know what the employer is submitting so that you can use as well the same information in your work permit application. In that order of ideas, so what you want is to see that all the information that employers sent is like, let's see, when the employers send the application through the employer portal or they submit the job offer is like hanging there, right? Then you submit your work permit application and it matches. And then when the officer is gonna review both. So the idea is that everything goes since the beginning, since the employer sent the job offer, and everything, is like okay and match with the information. So we don't want the employer say, I need someone who has a business, a business administration degree, but then you submit your work permit application and it's like, I don't have a work permit, a business administration degree, then it's no match, and then is, chaos. So you want that everything goes really smoothly. And let me see. Okay, this is part of what I was explaining. But the first thing that you have to see to send a strong application is gonna be match, job title and duties to the NOC. So the job title, I would say it has to be something that makes sense, but sometimes employers are, really creative and they have different kind of names that you are like, okay, it doesn't say anything. But the most important things are gonna be the duties. Okay, duties. Make sure that you meet the educational level. Make sure that you meet the English level and or that you show with a SOWP, IELTS, or any kind of exam that you meet the English requirement, that you have the English or French that is needed in order for you to perform those duties. Okay, that's really important, and that's one of the reasons of refusal that we have seen lately. Organize all your documents and translations, and you can apply online or at port of entry. It's gonna depend on your nationality, okay? And we have as well, I wanna share with you, we processed last year, it was, a work permit under FTA Colombia, Canada, but then this girl was, doing her PR process and everything, and she was in a post-graduation work permit, and she was like, okay, I'm getting out of time. My post-graduation work permit is gonna expire soon. She was working for this company as administration assistant, but then the company opened an HR professional position, and then she was able to, obtain the job, and then the employer was able to support her with all this process. So currently, she is under an FTA work permit that was issued for 3 years, and is actually, she got enough time for submit her PR application and everything, and he's right now waiting for her PR application to be processed and everything, but everything works. So I think FTA application or LMIA exemption work permits are a good option, right? If you are as well already in Canada and you see that your time in your work permit is gonna expire soon. So if you wanna check if you have the eligibility under FTA, I will be more than happy to be in a consultation with you guys. I as well have sent to Olena a discounted link so that you can book for the next, I don't know, I think 2-3 days. I don't remember, but it's going to be there. I'm going to be super happy to help you guys with this. And this is my contact information. I'm Angelica Potes, and I'm really happy. And thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Angelica. That was great. And FTA is so truly like such a unique chance for people to avoid LMIA process, because generally Canadian employers are more likely to do the FTA LMIA exempt process than LMIA process, right? So it's easier to convince your employer to do FTA than LMIA.
Yeah, it's easier. And it's like at the same time, you know, as I'm a consultant in my practice, what I do is like I support the employer too. Because sometimes it's this, right? The employer is like, okay, what I have to do? Okay, this. And then they submit, but they don't even show you what they're submitting. Then you wanna, and as an applicant as well, you wanna be sure that everything goes right.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so guys, let's take some questions. So Fernanda, if you are here, you guys can go through the chat. Fernanda, have you seen any questions that you may want to answer?
People is asking of where to look for jobs. There is the pamphlet that there is a link, and you will receive in an email at the end of the summit today with the link of the pamphlet where you there is an explanation how to get that list.
Yep.
And also, like most of them are for Angelica.
Okay. Oh. Okay, so I saw one like really up question that is asking about what is like the study permit or the programs that are eligible for a spousal open work permit. So for this person, you can go to the website, right, of a study permit, and you're gonna find the list over there so that you know what are the specific programs that are specific right now, and it's gonna be mainly like other than masters, bachelors that are eligible to make your spouse come and spousal open work permit.
There is a question of somebody that is already working for a Canadian company abroad and how he can work here. Well, your company would need to apply for an LMIA unless you are from a country, you're a professional or a technician from a country that has that exception. But if not, they will need to apply for an LMIA for in the region that you are going to be working physically. If you are going to travel, well, then they need to apply for in those different areas. So the LMIA is regional, it's just for the surroundings of a city.
Yeah. I'm seeing that people is asking about the Francophone mobility. That's a good as well LMIA exempt. It's pretty similar the process. So always I wanna tell you guys everything that is LMIA exempt, you still need the employer to send a job offer through employer portal, because I have had in consultation, they're like, no, you apply, I send my work permit application, but it's refused. And like, of course it's refused because you didn't ask the employer to send the information through the employer portal. That's important, right? So that you know. But then for Francophone mobility, what you need right now, and we are expecting as well to see if things are going to change with the eligibility. But what they need so far till now, and let's say till June this year, is that you can demonstrate that you have a CLB 5 in French. Okay.
We actually have a Francophone mobility, like Laurence is presenting today at, I want to say 1 p.m. I think, or is it she's next one? No, she's at 1 p.m. So she will be talking about Francophone mobility. Yeah, but it's very similar as you said. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very similar, and then it's important the part of the employer. That's super important.
Yeah.
I see questions about how to find a job offer. What I tell my clients the workers is the same as in our own countries of origin. You need to find where you want to work, what you can do for them, what is your plus, what is what you your advantage, what is what you can offer to them to make them hire you. That is the first step. And nowadays, what with the globalization and social media, and it's easy to get interview online. It's easy to have everything done by email online. So you need to do your due diligence. It's not that you will just take whatever somebody offers you, because you are exposing yourself to fraud. You need to find the if you have sent 10 resumes, well, now you need to send 100 or 1,200 or I don't know how many, but it's up to you guys. You need to find the job offer and you need to bring something to the table. If you don't have any experience or any education, that will be very, very tough.
Yeah. Well, that's how Muhammad is saying in one of the questions, how to get a job. It's not easy. It's not. What is easy? What is easy to, you know, if you want to something worthwhile in your life, it's not going to be easy, right? So yeah, to get a job in Canada, to move to Canada is not easy. That's the point. So yeah, don't expect it to be easy. It shouldn't. It's not meant to be easy. But yeah, as Fernanda said, absolutely, it's the same as in your country of origin, right? Like nobody will just give you a job like this. It doesn't happen like that. But if you put an effort, you can find a job. Absolutely. I've seen people doing that. I've had people doing that. And you can find an employer who will be willing to do an LMIA, or maybe already have LMIA for you. And it's a legit job with a legit salary, with a legit everything in Canada. And that will give you opportunity to have a better future, right? So yeah, that's possible for sure.
There is another question, Margaret. She asked me if somebody is under a work permit exempt, LMIA exempt, and they have a LMIA job offer, and if they can change and if they need to leave. They don't need to leave Canada. I already answered that, but she's asking, I think, that if that person needs to resign first of her, like it's up to them. Like they can do the process here. They can wait until they can keep working with the current employer and apply for the new. It's a change of conditions of a work permit, so they can apply for a work permit under an LMIA, and when it is approved, then they can just resign, give their 2 weeks notice or whatever, and start working. Or there is a policy, it's a temporary policy, we don't know until when it can be used, but there is a policy to apply to change employer or position while the work permit is in process. That is when the application is already submitted, okay? And so it's up to the worker. They don't need to resign, they don't need to do anything unless they are sure that they want to do that. The thing is, when you ask for an authorization to work with the new employer, when the application is in process, if it is not approved, then you don't have the other work. Because if you move, of course, they won't be waiting for you to go back. So that's the risk.
So, Olena, I have here a question as well. It's asking, how do I make sure an employer knows I'm LMIA exempt? So that's a nice question as well, because employer doesn't know about this. They don't know. So it's up to you to tell them. And what I would advise would be, you should see if the position you're looking for is going to be under the FTA. That's the first thing, right? And then after, if you have the job offer and you do all the process, tell the employer and explain that to the employer.
Yeah, that's a good point because Canadian employers are generally very clueless about anything immigration related. So you cannot expect them to know because they don't. It's not really their job to know how to make your immigration work, right? So it sometimes can be frustrating, but you really need to have, like as a foreign worker, you would need to have certain degree of leadership when you're like making sure that, okay, like employer is on board with everything, that you know what's happening, your immigration consultant is aware of everything, right? So it's a process that needs to happen to make employer aware of like what they need to do and also how to do those things.
Somebody is asking how long they will need to wait after their LMIA is approved for the work permit, and that depends where country are you from. So for some countries, it could be 2 months, for other 3 or 6. It depends where are you from. So you can check in IRCC portal processing times and look for that.
Yeah. Well, right now inside Canada, the processing time is going really, really up. I think it's now up to 8 months, right?
Yes.
Yeah. We'll see.
Inside Canada, yes. And that's
Okay,
why
guys.
there is the opportunity to apply to change positions during the process.
All right, guys. Well, thank you so much. We're going to take more questions at the end today. If any of you, Fernanda, Angelica, want to join at 2 p.m., you're more than welcome to join us for question session. But yeah, we'll take more questions at the end. And thank you for your time. We're going to transition to the next session, which is our spousal open work permit session. So thank you, guys. We're going to take a 1-minute break or 2 minutes, and we're going to transition to the next speaker, Himanshu, regulated Canadian immigration consultant, and he will be speaking about spousal open work permit. We had a lot of questions about that. Thank you, guys, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Bye-bye.
Thank you. All right, guys. So we're going to talk in a bit about spousal open work permit. I know you had a lot of questions. Hi, Himanshu. How's it going?
Hi, Olena. I'm good. How are you?
Good, good, good. Himanshu is based in Burlington, Ontario, and we will be talking today about spousal open work permits. Thank you so much for your time today. I know, it's always hard to take time out of our busy schedules, but thank you. And I'm sure this session will be super useful for so many people because we had a lot of questions today, specifically about spousal open work permits, because there've been a lot of changes, and those changes are confusing, and those changes are really impactful for a lot of immigrants. So yeah, we can start and kick off the session now. If you guys have any questions, you can put them in comments. Himanshu will go through some of them at the end of his session.
So thank you, Olena, for introducing me. And it's my pleasure to talk about something which is kind of very volatile and kind of has changed. And there are a lot of questions and answers. So I'll try to answer most of them. That's my intent. So I hope the presentation is visible. Just wanted to confirm that. Is my presentation
Yeah,
visible?
it's all good.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks perfect.
Okay, perfect. So firstly, let me introduce myself once again. My name is Himanshu Nautiyal, and I am a licensed Canadian immigration consultant. I am also licensed to represent my clients and advocate for them at the Immigration Refugee Board. So primarily under that, what I deal is cases where there is a spousal refusal or some sort of a permanent residency obligation, which is being questioned by IRCC, falls under the Indian. From an RCIC perspective, what I specialize broadly is the economic and the family pathways. And more specifically, I work on work permits. I work with businesses who have employees, and either want to retain their employees because they are big assets for their business, or they want to hire. So some sort of technology companies hiring a new tech worker, bringing the person from US or India. That's a space I work in. And as I work with businesses, I tend to work with the employees as well, who have their permanent residency ambitions or want to be permanent residents of such a beautiful country we all know as Canada. And that is where I work with individuals and families to strategize and figure out what is a viable option and know the ground realities. Lastly, I also represent my clients when it comes to spousal applications and the parent-grandparent applications. So that's more about me. Now we'll just focus on the subject, which is spousal open work. So just to give you a high-level view, basically the way I've structured my presentation is, since it's a mixed bag of audience, somebody would know what is a spousal open work permit would be, some might not know. So I'll briefly explain what spousal open work permit is all about, and the meat of the subject, which is the eligibility requirement for anyone who is on a work permit or is an international student. We'll also talk about the rationality as to why these changes have been brought in. And the main part is the exemptions. So when it comes to law, there is always some exemptions. And the interesting thing is, do we fall under any of those exemptions is something I would be talking about. Lastly, I will share some tips and highlight some common pitfalls. And then I would be happy to address any question and answers. So firstly, giving you a broad idea at a high level what spousal open work permit is. As the name suggests, it is an open work permit for the spouses. Who is considered as a spouse in Canada? Anyone who is married legally or is in a common law relationship with the primary. The other important thing is that this spousal application is a dependent work permit. What I mean to say is it is dependent on the primary applicant who is a worker or an international student. Now, when it comes to, since it is dependent, there are certain eligibility requirements from the primary applicant front, which would be either a worker, a PGWP holder, again a worker, or an international student. And there would be certain requirements which the spouse has to comply as a spouse. So firstly, I'll talk about the eligibility criteria of the spouse. So one, the spouse needs to comply to the general eligibility requirements. I have placed in a link, so you can directly go to the link and review what all they are. But broadly speaking, what it talks about is the applicant has to show the intent that they are coming to Canada on a temporary. They can have dual intent as well. However, that needs to be explained properly so that they don't. The main question is whether the intent is temporary and whether this person is not going to go back. So it talks about all your ties, family ties, financial ties, real estate ties. It also talks about, whether you have any criminal background, police check, medical admissibilities. So these are the general requirements from a spousal perspective. The other thing, as I explained, the person needs to be in a genuine relationship with the primary applicant. When I say the marriage has to be either legal or if the person is in a common law, it has to be a genuine common law relationship. And certainly when we are applying for the application, we have to justify that what we are stating, we have to substantiate the fact that the person is genuinely a common law or a wife or a husband for that. When it comes to someone applying from outside Canada, there is no such requirement. But when it comes to no special requirement, but when it comes to inside Canada, the person needs to be either in status or maintain status or within the restoration period. What I mean to say is the person should either already have a work permit or is a visitor or has maintained by filing for an extension, or if that is not there, though, at least they have got a refusal. In that case, they should at least be within those 90 days where the applicant can apply for a restoration. Next, I'll talk about the eligibility requirement for any person who's on a work permit. So earlier it was pretty easy, and now it is kind of filtered down to very specific uh, professions and jobs. So in the current scenario, when I say in the current, what I mean to say is after January 21st, 2025, these are the eligibilities. Anyone who would be considered eligible should either be in a high-skilled job, which is a tier 0 or a tier 1 job. How can you identify which tier you belong is very simple. If you have to identify your knock code, which is a 5-digit code, and the second digit of that 5-digit code designates you what tier you fall under. So if, case in point, if there is a knock code called 21022, so the second digit is 1, so then the profession falls under the tier 1 category. Others who are eligible are again tier 2 and tier 3, but they are very specific knock codes and more of deal are taking care of the healthcare, construction, and engineering sectors. Lastly, when it comes to tier 4 and 5, they are no more eligible under the spousal open work permit pathway. They were earlier, but now they are not. Another requirement is that the primary applicant's work permit should at least be valid for another 16 months from the date we file an application for a spouse. So if we read between the lines, in today's scenario, a low-wage LMIA work permit for a primary applicant is mostly for 1 year. So indirectly, anyone who's coming on a low-wage LMIA getting a work permit for 1 year would technically not be eligible to apply for a spousal loan. Another thing is that you should have the intention of living or plan to live in Canada if you are outside and would be coming to Canada. And you should either be already working, be on a work permit, file for an extension, or if you're applying, you should have gotten a letter of introduction so basically it means your work permit has been approved. And once you go at the airport or at the port of entry, you would be receiving the actual copy. Moving to the requirements for the international students, under the current requirements, am I there? Olena,
Sorry,
can you hear?
Himanshu?
Yeah,
Yeah,
sorry.
you're good. You're all good.
Yeah, for a second, my screen changed, so I was just confirming if
Yeah,
I'm
no, it's all good.
just talking to myself or yes.
Imagine.
Yes. So moving to the eligibility requirement for international students. So again, it's been narrowed down greatly. So anyone who's coming to Canada for a master's, but the master's has to be for a minimum of 16 months or longer. Anyone who is pursuing a PhD or doctoral degree, or is very specifically into certain courses which is related to medical or engineering. I've listed it down. And lastly, in addition to that, there are very specific uh, provincial level programs that are eligible for the spousal. So all in all, what it used to be, where anyone who's working on a DLI has a spouse eligible for a PGWP was generally able to do that. It has greatly been narrowed down, and that's the fact of life. As per my understanding, what are the rationales behind these changes and certainly the impact? In my personal view, the rationale is that Canada has a huge population bulge, which is kind of not in sync with what the infrastructure is. So government has kind of tried to be more prudent in calling on or in identifying the professions who they really need more than anyone and everyone. That's the whole thing. And their intent is to align the policies, the immigration policies, to the economic priorities. So in broadly, in today's term, I would say healthcare, construction, trades, technology to an extent, education, these are the sectors that are given the priority. And lastly, which has been a very hot subject in the Canadian sphere, is the to prevent misuse. As we all know or might know, that there have been a lot of LMIA fraudulency and things. So obviously, no one likes being cheated, whether you are an individual or a country, uh, and they want to curb that misuse. So that these are the main rationales behind the changes. The impact, of course, there is reduced eligibility. I don't need to explain that. It's very clear. And this calls for need for a very strategic planning. If you intend to move or you are already in Canada on a work permit, it requires you to be very strategic. Again, open work permit gives the option of working anywhere uh, for any employer. And there might be certain limitations, but that would be clearly defined. So the important thing is if somebody is on an open work permit, whether it's a spousal or a PGWP, the important thing is that one needs to identify what are the right codes where the person should be working so that they fall into the right codes and categories under which they might have a chance. Because Canadian immigration is no more about who's got the highest points. It is more about who do we really need. And in my personal view, this open work permit is a golden opportunity for whosoever it is. The important thing is to have the right strategy and identify the right work in that if permanent residency is your priority. Certainly, there are emotional financial impacts if somebody's work permit does not get extended. Technically, one has to, just to comply to the law, one has to cease working. And in today's inflationary economy, it is very difficult for anyone to do that. Again, it's not just for the applicants, the challenge is also for the employers, because uh, I speak to a lot of employers who have employees who were on a PGWP work permit. They are good employers. They want to retain them. They are assets for the organization, and it's coming close to expiry. So they want a solution. And in today's time, where there is so much time taken for processing, getting the answers, it's kind of a difficult situation, even for the employers. Now, any law certainly has some exemptions, or any pathway has some exemptions. Uh, so I don't want to sound pessimistic, but there is other solutions as well, and I'd like to highlight, or maybe some exemptions to that. To the spousal open work permit, which has been recently, technically the wings have been clipped. So when we talk of exemptions, if you are in a situation where you are inside Canada or outside Canada and you've received an ITA or a PR invite under a list of economic class PR application programs, uh, even if you are in tier 3, tier 4, or a code or a job code which is not eligible under the spousal, you can still apply for that and get a spousal loan. Another situation is if you are part of the permanent residency pathway, which provides you a work permit. So for example, caregiver, which is a tier 4 code. Under spousal, certainly it is not. But if you are under that, even working for a tier 4, your family is eligible to apply for a spousal open work. Third, which is kind of most interesting, and that's probably Angelica and had discussed about the FTA agreements. It's not talked about, but this is really worth checking out. So what I mean to say is, if you belong to any of these countries which are being highlighted, there is a very good chance that your spouse would be eligible for a spousal open work permit through one of the FTAs. So again, I mean, it's kind of restricted to certain codes, certain professions, but at least it's worth checking out, because many a times in the social media circle or in general, LMI is the only possible way that's looked at, and employers are aware of that. But there are many LMIA exempt programs as well, which should certainly be where we come into picture. Many a times an employer would come, want to hire or retain, and it would be that there can be different pathways, and our job is to come with the path of least resistance and come with which has the highest probability. And lastly, I mean, if somebody is not eligible for a spousal open work permit, that doesn't stop the person to be with his or her partner. He or she can come to Canada or be on a visitor visa or a visitor record, or apply for a study permit, maybe strategically study in a subject or in an area which is kind of in demand. So these are the possible exemptions and possible solutions. Some tips for success. One very important, and that's a major pitfall also, is the knock code. Identifying the right knock code is supremely important. What I mean to say is, what are you looking at when you are looking into a knock code? At a high level, you need to firstly go to the knock website, check and compare whether your job duties match with the lead statement and the main roles and responsibilities. That is very important. So I'll give you an example. Assuming I run a pizza store, I own a pizza store. I might call myself uh, a CEO of that pizza store. Yes, I am a CEO, I'm the owner. But does that mean my job duties match to a CEO as per the knock requirements? There is a bigger chance that it might match to a food supervisor or food manager or restaurant manager. So that is where it is important. We just don't need to go by the title. We also need to look into the lead statements and the main duties that are there. Apply early for sure. You need to be strategic and proactive at the same time, considering the fact that things are going so slow. And as Olena mentioned about inside Canada applications, the processing time. So it makes a lot of sense to apply early, and or at least know what needs to be done. So if you are in a situation where your work permit is getting close to getting expiry, or maybe in an year, it's well worth having that strategy or that roadmap for yourself. Strong documents, for sure. I mean, when you look at the application requirement, quite honestly, in my personal view, it's a very bare bone application requirement from IRCC. And this is where a representative can really add value, because we, by layman standards, would have a better understanding of the law of IRPA and IRPR, and we would understand the facts of the case through your life, knowing about your life, your situation. And through that, we are able to identify as to what are the possible pitfalls and what can be the possible, and preparing an application which is addressing all those possible pitfalls and substantiating with as many proofs, which would be prudent enough to be part of the application. And professional advice, for sure. I mean, I don't think I need to elaborate more than that. Some common pitfalls, as I explained, wrong identification of the knock code, Incomplete applications. So there are times when people inadvertently do not are not aware of the fact that they have not completed. There are certain steps, and in that case, the application is sent back to you, and many a times you would be out of status in that case. And again, this is another one, not updating IRCC on the changes. So if you are an employee on a closed work permit, you've been promoted, you've been made some change, there is location changes. All these things are important to inform IRCC, because eventually certain changes can lead to non-compliance and can lead to the fact that at the later stage when you are applying for a permanent residency, you might be found out to be non-compliant, and as a result, it would impact the decision on your permanent residency. These are not to scare, but these are life scenarios that we have dealt with or we deal all the time, and most of the representatives do deal. These are just to highlight the fact that one should be aware of that. How can a competent licensed representative help? Firstly, help you in assessing, coming up with a strategy. One can look into, as I explained, document review, understanding your case, what are the possible pitfalls and what are the possible solutions, substantiating with be creative, substantiating with various documentations, do a document review, or even a full IRCC representation, which involves everything from preparation to liaising with IRCC at a later stage. Okay, perfect. I think I am.
Yeah, it was really
I'm done with
good.
my presentation, and I'm happy to take or answer any questions related.
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you so much.
Yes.
I really loved it. And like one thing that I really think is just like not obvious sometimes to people is that even though there are so many restrictions with regards to spousal open work permits, you know, as now we have new rules, it doesn't really prevent your spouse to be with you in Canada. A lot of times I'm just like, okay, like just get them here on a visitor visa. We'll figure out like later, maybe the rules will change or whatever the case is, circumstances change. So it really doesn't matter, like doesn't mean you cannot travel together, but it does mean obviously that your spouse may not be eligible to work in Canada unless you qualify for that. So that sometimes is like not obvious, and people just like assume, oh, my spouse has to stay home. It doesn't always work like that. Oops, sorry, one sec. I just did something to my screen. Okay, so let's go through some questions here. Let's see, we had a lot of questions in the chat. Oh my gosh, some questions are very extensive, and Pooja is asking a lot of questions, and I know it's very, very confusing, but it's, yeah, it's if you're applying for like spousal open work permit, so Pooja is asking, do you need to show a bank balance? Either applicant or a spouse? Like anybody needs to show a bank balance in a spousal open work permit application?
Yes, I would say yes. And the reason is because they want to ensure, the officer wants to ensure that you would be financially capable of leading your life in Canada. You will not be a burden on the taxpayer, the Canadian taxpayer or Canadian society. So it is extremely important to highlight that how you need to answer how you would be able to fund your stay in Canada. For sure.
And would that answer change in your opinion, like whether the spouse is it overseas application or in Canada application? Like, would you handle it differently?
I would handle it in the same way, even if it's not, like I said, applications generally, what IRCC's document checklist, it's a very bare bone a checklist. So if I just simply go by that, then it's just a form filling exercise. One does not need a representative, for sure. They know their life better. But it is important we identify those things. So the short answer is yes, absolutely. You need to still highlight, even if it's not been asked, you still need to highlight how are you going to live as a family? How are you going to survive as a family? So
Like
you
you
need
want
to
to
show
improve, obviously, your chances of approval, and
absolutely,
all of those things do improve chances of approval.
absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good. Now, what about same-sex couples? Like, would they be treated the same in terms of spousal open work permit? Like, does it impact the process, or does it make any difference, like in terms of literally like document paperwork or processing for spousal open work permit?
That's a very good question. So, firstly, same-sex marriage or common law relationships are legal in Canada. It is legal, but IRCC also understands the fact that applicants can potentially take advantage, wrong advantage of that. So, obviously, you have to substantiate with a lot of documents, prove, especially in common law relationships, prove the fact that you are actually in a common. I know
Mhm.
being in Canada is a very desirable thing. It's as Canada is among very few countries who offer becoming a permanent resident, and probably that's the reason. So they do understand, the officer, the IRCC does understand that this could be taken for as an advantage. So the short answer is that one needs to substantiate. It is legal, but one needs to substantiate with a lot of documentation to prove that they are actually cohabiting in a conjugal relationship and as a common.
Yeah, makes sense. And so what happens if, like, obviously what you've gone through today, we see a lot of limitations to options to apply for spousal open work permit. So what if, for example, Felicia is asking, what if I'm working in tier 3, which is NOC 13110, which is administrative assistant NOC. So that NOC in tier 3 is not on the list. So her spouse would not be eligible to apply for spousal open work permit. So what options do they have? Like, what to do next if they're not eligible?
Yeah, that's a common question, and a very important one for anyone. It's related to family at the end of the day. So to answer Felicia's question, I would say do check out the FTAs. Whether you are a national of any of those countries, it is worth checking out. Number two, you can always come as a visitor or on a study permit. Of course, it is not as simple as I'm saying. The application has to be very strong, a very convincing application. Only then one, in today's immigration scenario, only then one has a chance to actually be successful in some shape or form. So that these are the alternatives. There could also be an alternative that you're not looking for a spousal, you yourself, depending on your profession, are able to find a Canadian employer who's ready to endorse your application. That's also a possibility. So, in a nutshell, spousal sponsorship deals have been kind of narrowed down greatly, but this is not just the only solution. There are many other possible solutions. You need to just see things with an open mind and possibly come up with a solution. And of course, there are situations where there's no solution. Where there's no solution, there's no solution.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. But the
But you
important
need,
thing is to check what are the possible, drill down into what can be a solution. That
yeah,
is important.
exactly. Well, and what interesting, like Angelica mentioned, right, is that she, in her practice, because she does a lot of FTAs, she saw that a lot of spouses apply under FTAs from those nationalities that are eligible under FTA. So that's only one of possible solutions, right? But there are other ones as well. So definitely makes sense to explore that. Now, I have another question from Giordani. Giordani is asking, so if a spouse of an international student is working in trades. So does that spouse eligible to apply for spousal open work permit when the student is applying for postgraduate work permit?
So if the trade knock code, so correct me if I've understood the question. So what the person means is that if the spouse, the spouse is on a study permit, the other person is on a open work permit but doing a trades occupation, is there a possibility that he or she becomes the primary applicant and the other person uh, for that specific knock code, and the other person from study comes on an open work permit? Is that the question?
No. It's so you understood correctly, but it's like, so the let's say the student is obviously like studying, and then the spouse is working in trades, right?
Oh.
So the first part is correct. So the spouse is working in trades, but then the student graduates and applies for postgraduate work permit. Now the question is, the spouse is working in trades. Can they apply for spousal open work permit because they work in trades?
Okay, thanks for the clarification. So if the answer is simple, if the code is among those eligible codes which would fall under tier 2 or 3, then yes, they can apply through the spousal open work permit once the PGWP is approved. If it is not, then they have to look towards other alternatives, which we've already shared.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So let's see. Okay, so I'm going to, sorry, 1 sec. Yeah, I'm just trying to see any other questions. Yeah, it's just some of them are like would be hard to answer because it's like so like specific that you cannot answer without having like more information. So sometimes it can be a little bit challenging to get to your questions, guys, because it's like I just already know that there is no answer to that question unless we like have more information. Okay, so a good question from Pooja. So can you submit offer letter instead of employment reference letter, like to prove the knock code of the person, like when applying for spousal open work permit, like not employment reference letter but offer letter?
Yes, offer letter can be one of the documents which would help you substantiate the fact that the primary applicant is working in that specific code. However, if it's a scenario in front of me, I would also ask my client to provide me other documents in addition to that. For example, pay stubs, for example, some other documents which prove the fact that they are into that, their degrees, their licenses, if that's applicable.
Yeah.
If something is not available, that's not the end of the road. There can be some other creative solutions. Like, for example, um, some PR applications where the employer is not very supportive in providing a letter. So in that scenario, we will use some other documents. We'll find a creative solution. At the end of the day, we need to satisfy the officer that yes, you are into what you are claiming, and you've been doing for that duration what you are asking for. So
Yep.
yes, it is pretty much working.
Yep, sounds good. Now, for those who are like on spousal open work permit and obviously like the couples, right? Like, what would be the broad PR strategies that you would suggest or think about?
I want to be optimistic. I would say if you are in an open work permit, whether it's a spousal or a PGWP or anything that is within the framework, it is a gold mine. It is a golden opportunity if permanent residency is your ambition. Why I'm saying is, you just need to be strategic in working in professions that are in demand or would be in demand. Right? Be in those professions, be in the right locations, because we all know express entry is very competitive, very, very competitive. So let's not place all our eggs in one basket called the federal program, express entry. Let's also look at the PNPs, provincial nomination programs. There are multiple things that one needs to look into. For example, I'll just share a few. A lot depends on where you are working. Like, for example, in OINP, I'll give you an example. Like, I have clients who are tech workers working in downtown Toronto, earning a six-figure salary. And I have, on the similar lines, I have someone working in Kitchener. Now, someone working in Kitchener is eligible and gets an invite under OINP, while the other person who's technically working at the hub does not get. Why? Because location matters. Anyone working outside the GTA would gain extra points for that. And many a times that those valuable points is the difference between being invited and not being invited.
Yeah.
So, one has to look into it, all those things, and then come up with a strategy.
Yeah, for sure.
So,
go ahead.
Just to summarize, work in the right professions. In layman's term, if I'm working in a Tim Hortons, serving coffee, yes, it's a noble profession. But the practical question is, would it help me achieve my PR target? The clear-cut answer and the likely answer is it is not. But if I am working in professions like other professions, just to name a few out of the many, pharmacy assistant, PSWs, any other, these kind of professions, or some sort of trades which does not require a lot of training or education, those can be potentially. Like, for example, broadly speaking, in my view, after this NAFTA and CUSMA and 51st trade, Canada, whether tariff or no tariff, one thing is clear, we have to build Canada.
Yeah.
So what do we have as a nation to sustain our economy and grow further without banking on US minerals? So anything related to jobs related to those, anything related to trades, because Canada is an aging population. That's the hard fact of life. Trades people are diminishing. So those kind of things, anything related to construction, healthcare, these are the sectors which one can expect are going to be there, are not going to change the way immigration policy is being changing. So that would be my advice.
Yeah, for sure. I want to take a question from Anusha because it's not really spousal open work permit related, but I want to answer that. So Anusha says, my boyfriend and I have been living together for a year now. One sec. Oops, I keep jumping. One sec. Okay, her boyfriend and herself have been living together for a year now, but now when I fill my application as a common law, my points drop. He's a citizen. What do you suggest? I'm an open work permit. So number one, you're filling your profile incorrectly because your points will not drop if your common law partner is a Canadian citizen. So if your points dropped, that means there is a mistake in your express entry profile and you having less points than you should be having, which can be, a big difference between you receiving ITA and you're not receiving an ITA. So definitely correct that mistake. Your points should not drop when you're married or common law with a Canadian citizen. Number two is that if you are married or common law or your common law with Canadian citizen, depending on your points, but you may want to look into spousal sponsorship avenue, which may be a little bit faster, better, and just more effective than express entry. But of course, depends on your points. If for express entry you have good points, 500 plus, then it's good. You can just stay in express entry. But if you have less than 500 points in express entry, Anusha, I would suggest looking into spousal sponsorship and just at least exploring that option. All right. Okay. Not sure if you're going to be able to address this question, but it's just very interesting because Manoj's postgraduate work permit expires in few days. And his employer is ready to provide an offer letter, but LMIA application is not submitted. How can he proceed from here? Whether apply for work permit extension or visitor record. So the plan is to get an LMIA, but right now the LMIA is not even submitted yet. Work permit is expiring in a couple of days. What he should do?
In a couple of days, I would, again, a lot depends on case, and we need to know other facts also. But generally speaking, I would play safe and apply for a visitor record just to be compliant to the immigration law. Apply just to maintain my status and see. Of course, one has to cease post the work permit expires, and maybe closer once the LMIA has been applied, closer to the time. So basically, under LMIA, one gets a provision of maybe applying work permit in advance, provided it is within the 60 days from the date of the decision has been made. So closer to that, apply for the work permit. That would be my suggestion.
Yes.
But again, these are very, very generic terms. One has to understand the case because there are a lot of other factors to it.
Exactly, yes.
Short answer.
Exactly. There are some, tricks, and I know we talked about this previously also, that like we usually use to keep a person in a status as much as possible. But again, it depends also like what kind of LMIA they're applying for, because different kind of LMIAs have different processing times, right? Like, LMIA under permanent residence stream has a processing time of literally 1 year, right? LMIA under highway stream has a processing time of several months. So that's a big difference to consider when thinking about your extension of your status. So as you said, Himanshu, like 100%, it really depends on your specific circumstances. But if we're talking about like work permit expiring tomorrow, then please make sure you apply for some sort of status. A visitor visa or visitor record probably should be the easiest way to proceed, just to make sure you buy yourself some time.
Absolutely. And just to add, there are different types of LMIs. Even, just to add, global talent stream for that matter. And it's the fastest one. It is dedicated for tech workers. How it works is that the employer gets an LMIA approval generally within 14 days. And the person can also apply for the work permit and may fall under the global skills strategy, which is a priority processing application. Again, there are certain requirements. One has to file outside Canada, have a upfront medical exam, a few other things. But attached to this, a tip for spousal applications. So if somebody is eligible for a global skill strategy under the GSS, and it is highly advisable that the applicant and the spouse apply, or the family applies together, because the spousal open work permit holder would also be processed within that priority as a priority. So you get advantage of that 14-day. Right?
Yep. Okay, Niti is asking, her work permit is expiring December 2025. Can she go outside of Canada in August 2025, provided that she has a multiple entry TRV? Will there be any border security concerns?
Good question. Technically, she can, for sure, because she has a valid visa, which is an entry ticket inside Canada. She has a work permit. The short answer is yes, but it is, I also like to highlight the fact that it is kind of precarious. It is a bit risky, because at the end of the day, it entirely depends on who you are meeting as an officer. There is an officer who's had a bad day with the spouse. Maybe they might ask the questions or things. But the important thing is you need to, how you can mitigate it. You need to have your documentation handy so that you can explain your case in case you've been questioned.
Yep. Yeah, sounds good. All right, let me look into Q&A box because I haven't looked in Q&A box in a while. So let's see if we have.
They're good questions. I'm enjoying it, Olena.
That's good. That's good. All right, let's see. Okay, I have a complicated one, which not sure if we will be able to answer, but basically, so this person had finished two, or I guess enrolled in Canadian education. So one postgraduate work permit, postgraduate certificate, right? Like the college certificate course in business management. And then another course they have been taking is in supply chain. So they had like a first study permit and then second study permit. So their spouse had spousal open work permit based on the first course, which is, great. But then when they extended the study permit to a second course, then spousal open work permit got refused. And the refusal stated that the spouse must be a full-time student in the same program, and that's why they were refused. So I don't know if you have any take on this. So basically, when the spousal open work permit is refused based on person's studies in Canada, like that spouses like studies in Canada, do you have any suggestions?
Yes, this is complicated and one needs to look into the documentation for sure and be able to give you a precise answer. But broadly speaking, if somebody is being refused, he or she has the opportunity to restore their status as a visitor, student, or a worker. My quick advice would be to file a restoration application just to remain compliant. And of course, one needs to look into the documentation in more detail. My intention is not to give wrong information or anything. I certainly need to know the facts of the cases, and every case is different and unique. As one of the speakers did mention yesterday, that what might be one thing can be eligible, will make you eligible, but for the same other person, it might not be eligible. So it's very different. It's very broad. But short answer would be do if the person is within the restoration period, they should file in for a restoration. Or another thing is that if the person is on a lot depends on the nationality also. So if somebody was on a ETA, the simple answer is they can go out of Canada and come back inside Canada as a visitor. That's also
Yeah, sounds good. It's those ones, especially refusals. Honestly, we always need to look at those because we need to see, number one, refusal letter, and number two, the application that was filed. Because what I see a lot, like when we, work with our clients, is that the person would like on the consultation tell me that I was refused because this, and that. But then when I look factually into documents, I'm like, no, that's not why you were refused. So you were refused for a completely different reason. So it's like documents, it's just talk better than words. And that's why sometimes it's hard to answer some of your questions, guys, even though we're trying our best. Okay, good question from Pooja. I love Pooja's questions. They're very nicely phrased, so it's easy to answer them. So Pooja is asking, can we apply for permanent residence while waiting for the approval of our postgraduate work permit application?
Yes, you can certainly, provided you are eligible for that.
Exactly, yeah. And we had that really weird, but we had that last year because, like right now, it's so difficult to apply for PR. People who have been working in Canada for several years are struggling to apply for PR. But because of those targeted draws that we discussed yesterday, some people are literally eligible to apply for PR before even completing any Canadian experience, which is such a golden opportunity. So yeah, it's definitely possible.
Absolutely. And this is where I feel it is no more about who's got the highest score. It is all about who does Canada need president. So it's very important to be strategic, very important to identify what is going to be your roadmap, and if not, what is plan B. And that is the reason why renewals of work permits, being strategic with that, you might not be eligible now, but later on, maybe there is a new program. Having that continuity of staying as a worker because you need to make money as well, pay your bills, is extremely important, extremely critical, and probably I would say much more critical than what PR would be at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. And I was talking about this briefly yesterday, is that loss of income of many immigrants that is a result of not diligently like extending and transitioning between statuses. That loss of income can be sometimes just mind-blowing. Like we're talking about tens of thousands of dollars of lost income just because of those immigration transitions and immigration documents. So definitely, have to be careful with that. All right, Himanshu, well, thank you so much for this session. We have next session in the store, and we're going to talk about, once again, LMIA exempt work permits, and we're going to talk about French mobility. Thank you, Himanshu. It was
My pleasure.
super nice to have you. And we'll take more of your questions, guys, later on at 2 p.m. Eastern, so in about 1 hour from now. But for now, we're going to transition to the work permit session for Francophones. If you're a Francophone, drop a message in the chat, whether on YouTube. I'm trying to monitor all the chats, guys, but either on YouTube or in Zoom. So drop your message in the chat if you are Francophone, or if you're thinking about learning French, and if you think you can get your level a little bit up and pass French exam, because Francophone mobility program is absolutely amazing opportunity to everyone who needs to extend or apply for work permit in Canada. And today we have our speaker, Laurence. Laurence is an RCIC, also based in Ontario. Thank you, Laurence, for coming today, and I can't wait to learn more about Francophone Mobility Program. We don't actually do much of that Francophone Mobility Program, so it's definitely would be super educational and useful for me, myself as well, and for everyone who's watching us on YouTube and here. Hi, Laurence.
Hello, Olena. Hello, everyone. I hope you are all having a great day. And yes, I think we don't talk about this kind of work permit. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to give more information about this. And I hope that it will give our auditor more motivation to learn French once they'll see all of the advantages that this can bring. So can I share my screen now?
Yes, absolutely.
Perfect.
You can kick off your session, and it's going to be absolutely amazing. We had surprisingly a lot of Francophone candidates attending this summit, so it's been really interesting to see many people from outside Canada and from inside Canada have been literally even today asking about Francophone mobility work permit. Like just a couple of hours ago, they were asking questions.
Okay.
So I'm like, okay, the session is coming up.
That's perfect. That's really, really perfect. So hello, everyone. So as you know, we are doing a webinar. So you can see me, but I'm not able to see you. So I just want to feel your energy in the chat. You can say hi. You can you can comment. Just a little bit of a disclaimer, I guess Olena has already done it, but the information provided in this webinar does not constitute and is not intended to constitute legal advice and is for general purpose information only. So now that I put that legal disclaimer on the side, we can go back to the subject. So basically, since I'm not able to see you, I want this webinar to be interactive. So throughout the presentation, I'm going to ask you some questions. Don't hesitate to answer into the chat. And at the end, we're going to have some time for a Q&A. So don't hesitate to put your question while I do the presentation. And I will do my best to answer them at the end. So we're gonna start with the first question. Can you just tell me, like, in which part of the world you are right now? Like, are you in Canada? Are you on the other side of the ocean? I'm just curious to know more about where you are coming from. I don't know if I can see the chat. Ah, yes, I'm able to see the chat. Okay, Nigeria, Canada. Where in Canada? I'm curious. Is it in Quebec? Indonesia, USA, Slovakia, India, Canada, Nigeria, Texas, Canada, Trinidad and Tobago. Oh, I'm from Martinique in the Caribbean, so we are not too far. France. Oh, bonjour, bonjour. Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Okay, so a little bit of everywhere. So this is really nice. So as Olena said, I'm in Ontario, in the Greater Toronto area, and this is me. So I'm Laurence Mouila-Vertueux. 14 years ago already, I decided to leave France to come to Canada. So this is me. The picture on the left, it's me like the day at the airport. I was supposed to come and stay only 6 months because I was afraid of the Canadian winter. And guess who is here like 14 years later? Yes, it's me. So I arrived with a work permit. It was a work holiday visa. It was as well LMIA exempt. So the employer didn't have to prove that I was taking the spot of a Canadian. And then I got another LMIA exempt work permit, and I got a third LMIA exempt work permit. So I've been really grateful that I didn't have to go through that long process. And my third work permit was indeed a Francophone mobility work permit. So this is what I'm going to touch on today. Fast forward 2019, after getting my permanent residence, I became Canadian, and COVID hit. I decided to change career, go back to school. I got my RCIC diploma. A year later, I created Mouila Immigration Services, which is a firm that helps Francophone coming in Canada outside of Quebec. And today, like, I'm really active. So I'm as well a regulated Canadian immigration consultant. I'm also a commissioner of affidavit in Ontario. That means that I'm able to commission immigration document like common law documentation. I'm used to organize like virtual session, in-person conference for Francophone. I also have a podcast. So it's in French, sorry. And it's called Canada Ouvre-toi. Where I explain like how the system works. I give you tips, things like that. And basically my mission is really like to demystify the Canadian immigration for Francophone families who have like the courage to go outside of Quebec, because no French people don't need to go only in Quebec. So basically you are in the right place today if you want to work in Canada, but you want to avoid the LMIA process, which I totally understand. You speak French, either it's fluently, or you have an intermediate level, or maybe why not you want to learn French after this. You want to settle outside of Quebec, because yes, Canada is all about diversity. You've heard about Canada's Francophone immigration, but you don't know where to start. We know like how immigration can be really In French, we say like labyrinthe, like you don't know where to head. You are exploring faster and easier work permit options for yourself. You want expert advice, not just general info. We know how it can be in Facebook groups or WhatsApp groups. And finally, you are looking for a pathway that can lead to permanent residence because, yes, it's good to explore option for today, but it's really important to have a longer vision. So basically today, I'm going to give you an overview of the situation of Francophone in Canada. I'm going to give you more information about that Francophone mobility work permit, the benefits, because yes, they are. Some misconceptions that I hear a lot. And as I said, we're going to talk about long-term plan. And if you stay until the end, I have a little bonus for you. So today I'm going to drink a lot. I was sick last week. I totally lost my voice. It's slowly coming back. So I have my tea with me for today. Okay, about the Francophone in Canada. So for today, I just wanted to show you quickly how the Canadian immigration system works. It's called IRCC because it's Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship. Within immigration, you have temporary residency, permanent residency. The difference is like when you come as a temporary, that means that your time allowed in Canada is limited. So you can either come to work, study, or visit. And the long-term plan that we're going to talk about is more about permanent residency. But today, we're going to specifically speaking about work because Francophone mobility is a work permit. That means that you're going to have a time limit on your work permit that say you can stay until which date in Canada if you want to work. The situation of Francophone outside of Quebec. So as you know, French is an official language as the same as English. Even though like French is majority in Quebec, the government has decided to make French outside of Quebec a priority. And this is why in terms of immigration, some programs make the life easier for people who speak French. At different level, as I said, you don't need to be like completely bilingual. And just to give you an overview of the number, like the objective in 2023 was 4.7%. 2024, we've reached 7.1%. The objective for this year is 8%. But a few weeks ago, the Prime Minister, Mark Carney, announced that he's going to increase that number to 12%. So I'm really happy for that. And it shows that it's either they're gonna come with new French program, Francophone program, or maybe they will just give a better quota for the existing one. And this is a map. So this is from 2021, but at least it gives you an idea of where Francophone decided to settle in Canada, and the majority of them decide to come in Ontario, and the gray is Quebec. As I say, we spoke about having a long-term plan. So just an idea. Oh, this one is in French, but I will translate for you. Basically, it's like how people that speak French got permanent residence in Canada. So half of them, they come with express entry as a skilled worker. Then they go 31% with PNP, 10% Canadian experience, and 9% was with the previous program that was called TR to PR. And in terms of countries where Francophone are coming from, 81% of them, they come from African country and Middle East country. I remember some people are from Africa, like Ethiopia, Nigeria. So yes. And the 5 cities chosen by Francophone in general, Ottawa, Toronto, Moncton, Winnipeg, and Calgary. And another advantage for people is like once you get the permanent residency, you can get like free English or French classes. So for me, I think that the ideal candidate for Canada is a Francophone that is able to speak English with a professional experience in an in-demand job. So it doesn't mean that if you don't correspond to the profile, you cannot come in Canada. No, this is not what I said. I just said that your life will be easier in your immigration journey. Okay, so now we're gonna go to the next quiz. What is your connection to French? I'm curious. Are you native French? Is it your second language and you are advanced level, so CLB 7 plus? 7 CLB is like out of 10. So do you have 7 out of 10? Do you have like between 4 and 6 out of 10? Are you less than 3? Or you don't speak French yet? Okay, you don't speak French yet. Native, comme moi. Beginner, don't speak French yet. French will be my 4th language. Wow, congrats. I'm impressed. Native. I don't speak French at all. Native French, bonjour, bonjour. You don't speak French yet. Beginner, don't know French. Okay, so the majority of you don't know French, but at least with this, I hope it will motivate you when you're going to see the advantages of speaking French in Canada. I hope you're going to start taking classes. And for those who are native, prenez avantage de ce programme. Okay, and I just wanted to show quickly the importance of foreign workers in Canada, because most of the people, they think like permanent residents, but even as a temporary resident, you still support Canada. And you can see that there are more and more workers. French is needed here. And you see the immigrants, they made up almost like 30% of the workforce. Like you can contribute to the economic growth and the cultural diversity of the country. Okay, so now we're gonna talk about that Francophone mobility work permit. So as I said, when you come as a work permit as a worker in Canada, you are allowed to stay for a limited time. But basically the specificity of this program is that you must live and work outside of Quebec. This is mandatory, like it's not negotiable, and it's live and work. Like it's not like you find a company in Ontario, but you live in Quebec. You have to do both. It's really important because, you know, there is a city in Ontario that's called Ottawa, and there is a city in Quebec that's called Gatineau, and between the two cities, you just have a bridge. So some people take the advantage of this, but it doesn't work for this work permit. So basically, you must live and work outside of Quebec. You must prove that you have intermediate level of French. So the level, that's why I told you that you don't need to be fluent in French. It's because we only ask you CLB 5. So basically, it's out of 10 or out of 12. Depending on the test, but we only ask you CLB 5. So just with the intermediate level in French, if you decide to live outside of Quebec, it's something that can beneficiate you. And lastly, you need to have a valid job offer. That means that you need to find the job first. So you find the job, you are able to prove your French language, you're okay to live outside of Quebec, then you are eligible for this work permit. One thing you need to know when we say in any NOC tier, it's because out of the how do I say, job that you have, they have a code, and usually this work permit was only for people who were skilled worker in category 0, 1, 2, 3. But since I told you the government, they want to attract more Francophone, so basically they decided for 2 years, so up to July of 2025, to say, okay, there is no restriction. So even though you find a job as a waiter, as a customer service representative, it's okay. So take advantage of it. I really hope that they're going to extend it, that he won't be back to skilled worker in August. But basically, any job is eligible. There's still exception like a job in agriculture. But that means that even though you have intermediate French, you find a job as a, I don't know, as a cook as a waiter at Tim Hortons, you good. Okay, NOC. What is NOC? So basically, it's a code. In Canada, all of the job that you have a code, specific code, and then we're gonna range them between categories 0 to 5. 0 if, for example, you are a director or senior manager, and 5 if you do a job that doesn't require diploma or work experience. For example, Uber driver. And what we call skilled worker is people who are between category 0, 1, 2, 3. This is how it works. So then I guess you must ask now, okay, how can I prove that I have intermediate French? So you have different ways to show that. It's either you do a French test, official French test. So you have two. You can do the TEF, Canada, or the TCF. We only ask you for speaking and listening. That's it. Or if you study in French, you are able to prove that you study in French. You can get your transcript, you can get your diploma or any document that show that you study in French. So this is how you have to prove that you have at least CLB 5. And as I said, you don't need to prove that you can read and write in French. It's that easy. So that means if today you start to take French classes, focus on speaking and listening, try to get that level 5, and then you can take any job. In terms of process, I guess you might wondering now, okay, so I know how to prove how I can speak French. I found an employer. I'm okay to live outside of Quebec. Now, what is the process? I will just show you quickly the difference with the normal process, which is LMIA needed. Basically, if I summarize, is that an Canadian employer needs to prove that you won't take the job of a Canadian or a permanent residence. This process is really long because they have to do recruitment, advertisement. It's a lengthy process. It's a costly process because basically the employer needs to pay $1,000 to the government. We know that recruitment as well can take time because you have to do interviews. And in terms of timing, it's long. Sometimes you can wait 2-3 months to get an answer, to get that labor market assessment. So that means for an employer, from the moment you sign the contract, he has to wait for you sometime up to 6 months until you can start working. So as I said, that's why a lot of employers, they are not like keen of sponsoring some people because of this lengthy process, especially that in some cities, in big cities, you have some restriction regarding the wage. You have a minimum wage to attend in order to have that process accepted. The Francophone mobility work permit is way faster and way cheaper. Basically, once you sign the contract with that employer, the responsibility of the employer is to log in onto the IRCC employer portal. Then he has to do what we call submit an offer of employment. So basically, he has to prove that it's not a fake job ad. So he's going to post the contract. He's going to have your resume. And he just have to pay $230. Whereas before, as I told you, it was costly like thousands of dollars to $1,000 to employer. Here it's only $230. And at the end of this process, the portal will give the employer a number, a number. And once the employer gets the number, he gives you that number, and then you can ask for, you can apply for a work permit. LMIA process, as I told you, it can last like months. This process done by the employer is done in a day. That's mean in the morning, the employer does the forms on his portal. Few hours after, he get that number, and that's it. So that's mean that on the same day, you can apply for that work permit. And if you are from a country where you need the ETA, like I can see that some people are from France, for example, you can just take the plane the day after your employer give you this, and you can apply at the airport. So it's a process that it's way faster for the employer. It's cheaper too. So in terms of fees, one thing I forgot to mention, you see the $200 that the employer has to pay, it needs to come from their pocket. That means they cannot tell you, okay, I pay now, and then when you're going to start working, I'm going to deduct that fee from your salary. It's totally forbidden. Those $200 needs to be paid by the employer. You, on your side, you need to pay $155 for the work permit and $85 for the biometric if you have never done them. Some employers, they can pay for you. It's really like up to them. But most of the time, it's going to be your responsibility to pay for those fees. And then in terms of processing time, it depends really from where you apply. If you are within Canada, unfortunately, like it's just skyrocket. Like I think it went up to 7 months when you apply within Canada. But then some country from France, I know right now it's only 5 weeks wait. Some other country can be 3 months. So the processing time will really vary on how well, first from where you apply, and then how well your application is done. Because the better it is, the less the agent will ask you question about that. So I hope it's clear for the work permit. So before we go to the next subject, I want to know what is your biggest challenge in immigrating to Canada? Do you think that there are too many options and that you are completely lost? You want to understand which program you are eligible for. You find the process. You need to find a way to afford the process. You need to navigate the paperwork and the procedure. It's finding a job or meet the language requirement. And thank you for your question. I can see that you have some questions, so I will take the time to answer them. Ok, alors, job offer, ok, donc too many options, finding a job offer, which program I'm eligible for, finding a job offer, high score. Yeah. So the score is not, so I guess you are talking about express entry. For Francophone mobility, there is no score. CNE, afford the process and finding the job offer. Most employers don't want to have anything to do except citizen or PR candidate. Yeah, I'm going to talk about it in the next in terms of benefits. D, navigating procedure, not having enough CRS score. Yeah, I can understand the process. Learn French. If we're already on, this is a question. Okay. Okay. So now we're going to talk about the benefits. So I start with the employer because most of the employers are not aware of that work permit. As one comment that I just read, from Yevenia, that who said most employers don't want to have anything to do except citizen of PR candidates, is because most of the employers, they have in mind the LMIA process. They don't know that for people who have who can speak French, the process is way easier. So that means that you have, or we have, a role of education to let them know about this, that it's so much faster for them. And then the advantage of them to have someone in the team that can speak French is like they can serve their clients in both language. As I said, they can save money because going from $1,000 of government fee to 200, they don't have to pay for recruitment. They don't have to pay for advertisement, recruitment campaign. They don't have to pay for advertisement. So going with LMIA exempt work permit is a win-win situation. If they need, they can get support from Francophone community. They are like outreach officer located across Canada. And they are supporting Canada's goal to increase Francophone immigration outside of Quebec. So it can be a mission too. So now you must be wondering, what about you? Is that one of the biggest advantage is you don't need, there is no, it's not mandatory to use French for your work. That means that even though you speak every day in English at work, that's fine. So this is one of the biggest advantage I will say that you have to take on. As long as you can just show that you can speak in English, then if at work you can speak in French, or if at work you can speak in English, that's fine. The fact that there is no LMIA, that means you can start working really fast. And then all citizenships are eligible. So as long as you are able to meet the minimum required French speaking and listening, you're good to go. So it's really a big advantage for you, really. And I forgot, I will add one more thing. As I said, is like you can apply for any job, basically. So take advantage of this. Okay. So are you already working with a Canadian employer? Yes, no, or not yet, but you are actively applying. Not yet. Yes. Yes, yes. Okay. So for all of the people who answered yes, I hope that you have basic French and that you can take advantage of this work permit. Like really, don't let this fall. And I wanted to show too that the employers still have, even though you are a foreign worker, the employers still need to be compliant. So that means they need to adhere to federal, provincial, or territorial law. They have to respect the job title for which you were hired, the wage, the work condition. Your workplace still need to be safe, fair, and inclusive. They need to keep records of your employment. They need to help you. It's not mandatory. The number 5 is just like, it's good for employers to help like foreign worker with everything. And as I said, like they shouldn't charge you for everything related to recruitment, to government fee. It's their responsibility. So even though you are a foreign worker, you have the same right than any Canadian or permanent residency. Like really, it's really important for you to know that. Okay, so we're gonna go through some misconception. I need a job offer from a French-speaking employer. This is false because the employer doesn't need to be Francophone. It's your responsibility to prove that you must speak French at intermediate level and that the job must be outside of Quebec. I have to prove I will be working in French. Wrong. As we said, you don't have to work in French. You just need to be able to communicate in French. That's it. You can speak every day in English. This permit is only available to candidates from France or French-speaking country. This is wrong as well. As I said, all citizenship are allowed as long as the candidate can prove intermediate French. So even though you're in Indonesia, Nigeria, Trinidad and Tobago, that's totally fine. just prove that you can speak French. And lastly, my diploma must be in French. No, there is no requirement about the language of your education. If it's the case, that's good. If it's not the case, you will have to take a French test. So that's it. So just keep that in mind. And then I'm just curious, did you know about Francophone specific programs before today? You've heard about it? This is new to you or you're not sure? Yeah, you've heard about it. Yes, yes. Okay. Good. Okay, so what's next? Basically, yes, it's good. You can work in Canada, but if your goal is to stay longer, know that if you qualify for express entry and you manage to have a skill work, so category 0, 1, 2, 3, while you were as a mobility francophone worker, then you might be eligible for Canadian experience under express entry. As you know, the more experience you have, the more points you have for your score. And it's a way for permanent residency, because you need to know that especially for express entry, there is a francophone draw. But this time we won't ask you for CLB 5. You need at least CLB 7 for French. So just remember that. And then you have some provincial program that also put forward people that can speak French. There is a PNP in Ontario, for example, specific for Francophone. They ask for a CLB 7 in French and CLB 6 in English. Depending on the type of job that you get for your work permit, you can bring a spouse under open work permit and your child can study. There are a lot of Francophone community outside of Quebec that can help you settle. And lastly, if you need help to plan, to strategize your immigration, I'm here. If you need more information, as I said, I'm specialized for Francophone outside of Quebec. Okay, so I've seen some comment about express entry. So do you plan to apply for express entry? Yes, within the next 6 months. Yes, but later. I'm considering it. I'm not sure. Or no, I don't qualify yet. Okay. So express entry is within your radar, at least in 2025. Shazia doesn't know yet. Yelena doesn't know yet. Okay. But the majority of you, yes, within the next 6 months, which is good. We want to take action, especially we know that we have a quota. So yes. Okay, so we are coming to the end. And as I promised you, there is a bonus since you stay. So basically, I created a guide just to help you out how to discover your NOC code. We know how it's important to know your NOC code because it helps you define if you are eligible, for example, for express entry. For Francophone mobility as well, you need to know your NOC code. So basically, it's free. You just have to scan the QR code. Just give me your email address, and then I will make sure to send you the guide as soon as possible. But this will help you out because it's really important. As you know, like NOC code, if you got the wrong NOC code, then your application can be rejected. I'll see if I can put a link. When I will answer the question, I'll see if I can put the link for you into the chat if you don't see it.
Yeah, I can do the link.
Oh,
And
yes,
also
you have it.
guys will
True. Yeah.
receive all the links in your email in about 1.5 hours from now. So at 3 p.m. Eastern.
Perfect.
They will receive an email with all the links, but I'll put it in a chat as well.
Thanks,
Well,
Olena. Yeah.
yeah, thank you so much, Laurence. It was so great. And please make sure you follow Laurence on Instagram, follow her podcast.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm sure you will benefit from all the information that Laurence provides to people. Okay, you want to go through some questions?
Sure. Okay, so I'm going to take the last one. So what is the length of the work permit? Good question. So basically, it can go up to 3 years. So it's going to depend on, you know, when I explain you that the employer portal, when the employer will go there, the system will ask them for how many years do you need that worker. So basically, the employer can put 1, 2, or 3 years. This is the maximum. So you can have a work permit up to 3 years. Let me go down. Does CLB5 in French also apply for an express entry PR application? No. So CLB5 is good for Francophone mobility work permit, but then for express entry, you need at least CLB7 for skilled for skilled worker. If you go under skilled worker, you will need CLB5 7. Sorry. Is speaking and listening CLB5 in French the only requirement for an express entry application? No. Okay. So when I spoke about speaking and listening CLB5, I wasn't talking about express entry. I was talking about the Francophone mobility work permit. Express entry, it's a totally different type of application. It's to get the permanent residency. Francophone mobility work permit is a work permit, basically. I already work in Toronto for a company, but my work permit is expiring and I get the CLB5. After my employer upload the job offer document, can I apply for this work permit? Sure, yes. As long as you apply before your current work permit expires. And if you are able to to show that you meet the French requirement, you can totally apply and get that Francophone work permit. So speak to your employer about that, because I think he's going to be happy to know that he doesn't have to go through the LMIA process. If a person visits to Canada and done French A1 and B2 level, he can apply for French immigration program. So it depends which Francophone. So if we talk about the work permit I just mentioned, you still need to find a job. You need to find a job before having that work permit. What is the time limit for this? So right now there is no time limit in general for that work permit. It's open anytime. You can apply anytime. The only thing that we are sure about is like officially until July you can apply for any type of job. We hope that after July it will continue that way and they won't put restriction on the type of NOC code. Okay, I've answered. I've answered. To prove language ability, can a French course certificate be enough and exclude do TEF TCF for the application? And if yes, what specification of the document needs to be included? To be on the safe side, if he has to do French test, you need to go through the official test authorized by the government. Is it a closed work permit? Yes, it's a closed work permit because the name of the employer will be written on your work permit. So that means you can only work for this company and that's it. Oh, I lost where I was. Can Laurence provide French classes? And if not, maybe recommend a good teacher. I don't give French classes, but yeah, I can recommend some. Can I apply for CIC? Can I apply for CEC without Francophone letter? Totally. So if, for example, you think that you meet the requirement for CEC and you just want to go with the English, you can, but you might lose opportunity for Francophone draw because usually the Francophone draw have a lower score. For example, the last one from March was 379 points. So it was really low. So if you can get French as soon as possible, like start to study for the test, try to do that and apply directly, it will be good. If I'm working for Canadian employer on PGWP, can I extend work permit under Francophone work permit? If I'm working for Canadian employer on PGWP, can I submit? So PGWP cannot be extended. Olena, if you can confirm, or Lakhvir, normally PGWP cannot be extended, but if the person applied before, it expires. But yes, you can do a Francophone mobility after your PGWP. Visitor can apply for work permit. Visitor can change their... Oh no, this was a public politic that was done. Now a visitor cannot apply from inside. Okay, I think I've answered everything.
Okay, I have some questions from YouTube here, and you know, you already answered a lot of those, but I'm just going to repeat just to make sure that people get their answers. So Joga is asking, is it to prove language ability, can a French course certificate be enough and exclude TCF or TEF for the application?
Yeah, so this they have to go through TCF or TEF.
Okay. As an individual inside Canada, can I start working while my Francophone mobility work permit is still processing, or do I need to get it, wait until it's approved?
So if you are not currently working in Canada and you don't have a worker status, you need to wait for your work permit to be approved before you start working. It's really important to wait first to get the authorization before you start any job.
Yes. Now I have a question in French, and I'm not going to attempt to read it. But I did a translation. So the question is about the age. Are there any age restrictions when you're applying for this work permit?
No, and that's the beauty of it, is that there is no restriction for age. So
Yeah.
even if you are over 40, 50, you can go ahead.
Yep, yep. Sounds good. Sounds good. All right. Yeah, I think we've gone through most of the questions, and we're going to keep answering kind of questions, all of them, with our panelists and speakers that are added now. We have Lakhvir, we have Shahrooz. So we're going to transition to our Q&A session soon. Now, Laurence, thank you so much. It was a great presentation. I love how interactive you always make your webinars and all the presentations. So make sure you follow Laurence on her Instagram account, her podcast. She from time to time holds these kind of webinars, informational sessions, and they're always so much fun. So make sure you sign up for any upcoming sessions as well. Thank you, Laurence. You're more than welcome to stick
Olena.
around
Sure.
and answer some questions that are maybe not related to Francophone work permits, but if you have to go, I understand that we're all very busy. So
No problem. Thank
yes.
you. Have a great afternoon, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you, Laurence. All right, and we have a couple of panelists are joining us. So new faces to help all of us with some questions. We have Lakhvir Singh, RCIC based in British Columbia, with years and years and years of experience of immigration. Hi, Lakhvir.
Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone.
Hi. Okay, you're going to help us answer some questions, right?
Yeah, sure.
And we have Shahrooz, also based in British Columbia. Today we have a lot of people from British Columbia, also based in British Columbia. And Shahrooz also will help us answer some questions. Actually, interesting fact is that Shahrooz is probably the only one person in this whole summit who has pretty extensive experience with refugees. So yeah, very good expertise, which is not that easy to come across when working with immigration professionals. So hi, Shahrooz, how's it going?
Hello, Olena. Thank you so much for introducing. Yeah, we're in British Columbia. Today is a very beautiful sunny day, as we always have in beautiful British Columbia. Yeah, I'm an RCIC regulated Canadian immigration consultant. I'm going to answer some of your questions as much as I can. And I'm expertised in refugee for more than 4 years now, and also my other areas of expertise are express entry and BCPMP and citizenship, but mostly on refugee and working on refugee cases.
Sounds good. Well, thank you so much, guys. So we're going to start. Some other panelists may join us to answer questions, but let's start going through some questions. And like, there is no rush. Just take your time. You can go through the chat. If you have access to LinkedIn, you can also go through some questions on LinkedIn. I'll keep an eye on it. If I see anything interesting, I'll let you know. But you can see any questions pop at you that you want to answer. You can just come on and answer those questions. So yeah, and you guys are attendees. Please put your questions in the chat or in a Q&A box. We have a Q&A box as well, and we're going to go through them right now and answer as much as we can. Okay, I will take a question from Muskan, because this is something that we at Weber Immigration do a lot. So Muskan is asking, so a lot of people are applying for work permit extensions without basis for that extension because they're really hopeful of getting their permanent residence invitation to apply. Is that okay to do that? And obviously we all understand that those extensions will be refused, right? So the question Muskan is asking is whether that is considered to be a red flag. And we do that from time to time at Weber Immigration when we see that the person has like really good chance receiving permanent residence invitation to apply. Now, that is not perceived as a red flag, because even though you are under implied status it's kind of like a loophole or whatever, but there is nothing wrong that you're doing. You are acting within the boundaries, within the legal boundaries, and there's absolutely nothing wrong that you're doing. Now, one thing to be aware of, if you don't receive your invitation to apply and your work permit extension gets refused, then that's when you have to understand that you have to stop working the same day as it gets refused. You will be under 90-day restoration period. it, if you do receive your invitation to apply and apply for PR within those 90 days, the beauty of it is that you can still apply for bridging open work permits, but you cannot work within those 90 days, but still you can apply for bridging open work permits. But this time you actually like legit have to receive invitation to apply and apply for PR. So something to be aware of. But again, to answer your question, Muskan, it's not a red flag as long as you are within the boundaries. So as long as everything is done more or less properly, you will be fine. And you know, as long as you don't break any rules, which most of people are they know the rules. So so yeah, it's fine, even though there is a lot of different advice out there, and a lot of different advice says like better safe than sorry, which is fair, better safe than sorry. But at the same time, I think that as long as we're acting in compliance, we're fine. By the end of the day, it's law. And it's not like, oh, you know, if I want this guy to get it refused, I'll get him refused. Like, no, it's the immigration always is, immigration officers are acting within law boundaries. So as long as you are complying, you're fine. All right, we have another panelist joining, and we have Jayan Parekh. Hi, Jayan. How are you doing? How's it going?
Hi, Olena. I'm doing great. Thank you so much for putting everything together. I'm glad to be a part of this panel and would like to address the question that our attendees have.
Perfect. All right. Yeah, Jayan is also a regulated Canadian immigration consultant. He's based in Kitchener, Ontario, and he's here to help us. Sorry?
I'm in Brantford.
Why I keep thinking you're in Kitchener? I don't know, but
Yeah.
yes, sorry, Brantford. Well, it's close
That's
enough.
okay.
Close enough.
Yeah, it is
It's
very
Ontario.
Yeah.
I
It's
keep
not
thinking you're in Kitchener, but yeah, please help us answer some questions. So the way we're going to do it, and we have Fernanda back. Fernanda had our session today on LMIA. If you haven't seen that session, please, you're more than welcome to go to our recording and view that session. It was really, really good. That was on the LMIA-based work permits. So the way it's going to work, guys, is that just pick your questions from the chat. There is a Q&A box. There is a chat. Let's try to answer one by one as many questions as we can, and try to help immigrants out with our knowledge and years of experience.
Olena, in the last answer, I was just like to add one thing more.
Yeah.
In the submission letter, I would specifically say that I'm extending this work permit to buy some time. Because I have seen in some of the recent applications, they have started putting misrepresentation in that. Because they said that since you are not eligible, even like you know that you are not eligible, you are already on a specific closed work permit, and you are again applying for the extension. So that means you are misrepresenting the facts. So I would straightaway say in my submission letter that I am going to buy some time for this, and I think that makes clear. And even if that is, of course, that would be refused, we all know, but there won't be any chance of a misrepresentation as for this thing.
Yeah, it's a very valid
Yeah.
point. We always do that because even in the situations when, for example, so we talked with Fernanda today earlier about LMIA work permits. And for example, when we have a visitor in Canada who is keep waiting for LMIA and keep extending their visitor because they want to wait for that LMIA decision, they want to be kind of in touch with the employer. And when we are doing extension of that visitor status, we always say that it's not the purpose of that person being in Canada. It's not visit. No, the purpose is that person is staying in Canada to wait for LMIA, and we're writing it there. So this way there is no misrepresentation in terms of their intent, why they're applying for visitor visa. So it's along the same lines as you, Lakhvir, saying, like, you need to be, especially right now in these circumstances with Canadian government that they're being so strict, you need to be like super, super honest and transparent, just really to avoid any misrepresentation threats, I guess. Yeah. Okay. Any questions you guys want to answer?
Okay. Can I go?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. There's a question from Vera B. He or she asks, hello, can I continue working after I submit the application for a visitor record? I will apply 30 days before my work permit expires. The answer is no and yes. No, when your work permit is expired, because you are not under that interim status, maintained status. So when you apply for visitor record, you will be you have legal status in Canada until you receive the decision on that application, but you can just work until the expiration date of your work permit. After that, you are legal in Canada, your status is legal, but you need to stay until you receive the decision, which is the visitor record. Still, you cannot work with that. So yeah, that's the answer.
Yeah, and that's very important. Obviously, anytime you're falling into that area of like illegal work, that's a big problem for any future immigration application.
Is this the same question like I'm reading? This is from Vera B. I
Yeah, I
completed
think
a
it's the
2-year
same.
diploma program at a Canadian college. I think this one is different.
Yeah, different, yeah.
Yeah, well, completing another program certificate at Canadian college helped me to increase my CRS score. So again, yes and no, as Shahrooz said. If she is like she has done an undergraduate course from Canada and she's now doing a graduating course like some degree or something, then it would increase her CRS score. Otherwise, no.
Yeah, it depends which courses you've done and which are you going to do, right? Because in terms of CRS score, there is like the levels are like 1-year education, 2-year education, then 3-year education, and then 2 or more, right? So if you just do 2 educations, but they're both 1 year, for example, then it's like it's still 1 year, you know. So it's
yeah, if it's the same level, like if it's undergraduate, she has already completed and she's still further doing undergraduate only, then it's
it
same.
doesn't make sense.
And if she's doing a degree or something like any professional course, then of course she can increase her CS score.
Yeah, so it depends on the score. Oh, sorry, on the course.
On the course.
Yeah.
There is a question in the Q&A section, and it says, during the 90 days of restoration, what would be the status of the applicant? There is no status. Illegal. It's legal status. That is the
Well,
answer.
you're out of status, right? Like there is no status. It's just out of status. Yeah. But it's still a grace period. So it's not like you're in trouble.
No, but you need to justify that. So a restoration status, when you apply to restore, you need to have a good reason to restore and a good reason to explain why you fell down there. So it's not like, oh, I'm eligible. Not necessarily. So it's something that we would need to avoid.
Yeah, to me, the restoration applications is always like stressful in a sense of that, because you know if that gets refused, then you're in trouble, because that's your last chance, because that's basically what it is that restoration is your last chance. So that's why definitely I agree with you, Fernanda, needs to be taken very seriously.
There is a question in question and answer. Visitor can apply for work permit in May 2025 if he or she can have valid visa for 1 year. Visitor cannot apply from inside Canada for work permit. The policy has already been
strange. Like, where people get this information from?
Policy has already been ended there, right? So you have to be outside of Canada in order to apply for work permit.
Yeah, it's sometimes people have these strange rules because it's very specific. It's like May 2025. Like, is it something that I don't know?
I don't know if they are like, it says she can have valid visa for 1 year.
I think she's talking about TRV. I think she's talking about
resident
visa. Visitor visa, yes.
Yeah.
I think that's what they're mentioning.
Yeah.
The question from Hassan Shrave, if I pronounce it right. And there is a funny thing in that the question is, if my study permit and co-op work permit issued before June 7th, 2023, can I do 3 months program in non-DLI while studying full-time in DLI? Would that cause any problem? The part that was funny to me is that this new, very complicated dates before, between, after from IRCC, which honestly speaking makes me as an expert more confusing as well. So there is no restriction on studying a 3-month program, even if you are in visitor status. So any program less than 6 months, regardless of its DLI or non-DLI, you are allowed to study, even with visitor status in Canada. So as long as you have a study permit, regardless of it's been before 7 June 2023, after that, between any dates or not, you are allowed to study a 3 months program in non-DLI, and no problem for you.
One of the question I got here is, thank you. When applying for TRV within Canada, do we need to fill 10 years of employment history? And it says leave no gap. Obviously, you have to provide all the history of your employment. If you don't have space, just use a separate sheet of paper and mention everything.
Yeah, that's a good point. I have the recent one from Shavik. Shavik is asking if you are in the 90 days grace period, if you get the ITA and AOR, any issue to turn the extension application of postgraduate work permit to bridging open work permit? Yeah, so if you are in a 90 days restoration and you submit perma residence application, that means that you can still apply for bridging open work permit. And yeah, you can still do it. Just make sure you do it right, because the restoration, that's your last chance to really renew your status. So, but yeah, you can absolutely do it. We have clients doing it all the time. Just the times are tough right now. So a lot of people are actually falling out of statuses. So we do have a lot of applications for bridging open work permit within the restoration period. So yeah, it's fine.
I have one. So for the Francophone mobility, was I correct in understanding that it's possible to get a work permit on arrival if it was applied for in advance in some cases? So this is different. When I mentioned that earlier, it's for people who already have their A number from the employer and they want to apply directly at the airport. But this is only available for people who are from a visa exempt country, like for example, France, Spain. So if you are from a country where you can get an ETA, yes, you can apply directly at the border. Otherwise, you will have to apply online and wait for the answer.
There was a question about RCIP, so Rural Community Immigration Pilot. We are doing our CMP session tomorrow, guys. So tomorrow, please come to our sessions. It's going to be fun because it's going to be all the sessions that are related to kind of alternatives, I guess, to express entry and like just alternative pathways. So that would be RCIP, different PNPs. We're going to cover ONP, Ontario PNP, and BC PNP. We're going to cover Francophone, rural Francophone pilot as well. So yeah, come tomorrow and we'll address those questions tomorrow. Okay, I did not get the email with information of the panelists yesterday. Was it sent? Yes, it was sent. Not sure if, I don't know, see if you get one today. If you don't get one today, then reach out to us. I can send you our email right now. One second. And then Also, you can check it out on YouTube. On YouTube, it has in the description of video information of all the panelists and all the giveaways and freebies that we're giving away. Okay, any other questions that you guys seeing?
There is a new question. If I am a worker in Canada on PGWP till February 2026, and I apply for Francophone work permit before February 2026, can I continue to work on applied? Well, now it's maintained status of Francophone work permit even after February? Yes, because you have a work permit, you can always extend it inside Canada.
Fernanda, there's a question for you in a Q&A box. There's a question from Studi Parmar.
Hello, I have a small cleaning business. I want to, what requirements does the business should have in order to apply for an LMIA? Well, first of all, like right now they are tough, and one of the main requirements, I don't know where are you, but if you are in BC, for example, you need to register to hire foreign workers, first of all, in BC, and then you need to be at least, well, of course, you need to know this before the registration, but you need to have 2 years of proof of a good standing business, and you would need to present certain documents like your Incorporation Act, articles of incorporation, and T2 Schedule 100 and 125, among other things. So in short, you would need to prove that you have a genuine business and that you are a good standing business, and also that you are really in the need to hire a foreign worker because you cannot find a citizen or permanent resident in that occupation where you have your business.
There is a question in chat. It's PGWP extension on paper is submitted before work permit expiration. No AOR yet received for that file. And what if I get my file number for PS Spousal in Canada class? Can I apply for the bridging open work permit? After AOR, yes, he or she can apply for the bridging open work permit, because basically this candidate has already applied for the extension, PGWP extension, to buy some time. So he is in status, and as soon as he can receive the AOR, he can apply for the bridging open work permit. Or do I have to do restoration? No, I don't think so. Other people can also put their inputs here.
No, you wouldn't. So usually in these kind of situations, what we do, and again, we honestly do it all the time, we submit a web form with the fact that the person applied for PR. So like AR, right? Like we submit and attach it to the work permit application that is in process. And we're just asking to convert this application into a bridging open work permit. And that's it, and it gets approved. So that's what I would suggest. Just submit a web form with AOR and attach it to your ongoing work permit application.
Oh.
But yeah, definitely not a restoration, because you're right, Lakhvir, like he's in stat, or he or she is in status. So restoration doesn't need to happen.
Okay, so question here I have is, I forgot to mention my foreign work experience in my study and work permit application. In January 2025, I applied for my work permit extension because the initial work permit was according to my passport expiry. Anyhow, in my current work permit application, I could not include foreign work experience since there are only 3 lines. So should I fill up another form with my foreign work experience and other jobs that I did in Canada and then upload it to the web form? If yes, then what form should I fill up? So technically in this situation, first of all, you shouldn't be missing any of your work experience whenever you are applying any kind of application. You have done your study permit, you should have checked like whether you have included your foreign work experience or not. You have done your another work permit, that time you also have a chance to look at your work experience. So now what you can do, basically, let's say if you provide your experience right now, it's clearly misrepresentation to me. Correct me if I'm wrong. So you can submit your work experience with the web form on sheet of paper and requesting officer, hey, this is the work experience that I have forgot to mention in my application. But on the other side, what I'm thinking is, what if officer says, hey, why didn't you include in your work permit application or your study permit application? So that's very tricky question, I guess.
Yeah, but I would always go for a web form for sure, 100%. And yeah, it is tricky. But
This requires consultation. This requires consultation, basically.
it also depends on, exactly like Lakhvir is saying, depends on particular circumstances. Like, was that work experience that was not submitted was a crucial to decision on that application, or like what is, I don't know. I would need to know more details. My personal, like, professional opinion would be submit a web form for sure, because if you just realize that your application did not go in correctly, then you should do everything to rectify that. So definitely I would submit a web form, but at the same time, I would consult with somebody who can actually look into details of that and what that looks like inside of your application and all of that
Exactly.
kind of stuff. Yeah. But it
Because
can be
our
tricky.
answers are,
Yeah.
sorry, because our answers are basically, we are answering these questions, basically whatever information they have put here in the question. Apart from this, we don't know anything about the application. So some of these advices, this should not be considered as legal advices, and this should be taken with a pinch of salt. And for the detailed answer to the particular case, you should always go for the consultation.
Well, yeah, it's you have to understand, guys, yeah, that we don't know but I had a similar case. It was like more problematic. I had a similar case when somebody, like, we had a client, we submitted spousal sponsorship application, so PR application, and it's like a while after submission, like 6 months after submission, they remembered that they had 10 refusals to US, and no, it was like a list this long, to US, to UK, to like all the countries that Canada can clearly like track. And it was a very long list. And I was like, okay, like obviously we need to submit it through the web form. But at the same time, it's exactly what Jayan is saying, is that I was scared, because it's like, obviously it's a concern. Why didn't you include all of those refusals to start with, right? So I was really scared of that application up until the end, but everything was fine and they got approved with some problems, but they got approved. So yeah, it can be tricky when you're not doing things correctly from a beginning. It's always tricky.
There is one. Can you please tell us how long the Canadian experience lasts for? Experience started September 2021 and ends November 2024. So I guess it's related to Canadian experience for express entry. So the system takes in account the last 3 years of experience, and you need to get at least the equivalent of 12 months of skilled work experience. I'm not sure if the question of Zoher has been answered. So basically, she didn't have enough space on the form to talk about the work experience, and the question is where do I add it?
Yeah, we answered
we
that
just-
one.
Answer?
We
Okay,
answered this question.
perfect. I will mark it as answered.
There is a question from Manoj Goswami. I hope I pronounced it correct. Do international students, 2 courses should be same in order for a spouse to get SOWP, Spousal Open Work Permit extension? The answer is no. Those 2 courses doesn't need to be the same, but still, the second one needs to meet the eligibility for the Spousal Open Work Permit for sure. For example, if your first course that you got the Spousal Open Work Permit on that, and then you change your course to another one which doesn't meet the eligibility for the SOWP, then you cannot extend that work permit for your spouse. So the second course needs to meet the eligibility, and you need to be full-time enrolled in the program.
There is a question which talks about I have a closed work permit, but the name of the employer is not mentioned on the permit. How this may impact my application or express entry. So the short answer is that you probably need to contact your employer, and they need to further contact ESDC to make that correction. In an ideal world scenario, the name has to be mentioned of the employer because it's a closed work permit, and you are working for a specific employer. In addition to that, there is a further question that my brother-in-law is departmental head working for an IT company in Bahrain. The Sheikh is the owner and wants to establish a company in Kitchener. My brother-in-law will be planning to move under the company transfer. Can the Sheikh open a company in Kitchener, Toronto? I heard somewhere that they need to do 2 companies overseas before they open a company in Canada. You are partially correct. So generally, a case like this would fall under the intra-company transfer for a startup vertical. The requirements have become more stringent on this front. So what is required is the company truly needs to be multinational in nature. What it means is that it should be present in at least 2 countries and should be revenue generating. I hope that answers your question. However, one needs to look into more details to understand what are the facts of the cases.
There is another one for the Francophone work permit. Is the TCF TEF mandatory for application, or my French course certificate is enough? So as I said, officially TCA and TEF are the best way to go. If you still want to push ahead and try with your certificate, it will be the agent's discretion to decide if it's enough. But don't forget that it's speaking and listening that is being assessed. So if you still push through the certificate and the agent is not satisfied, he still have the right to ask you to provide a TCF or TEF result.
Here's the question from Malsha. It's a little bit tricky. It says, I'm currently an international student in Canada, and my husband is here as my company. And my husband is here is my dependent. I am about to apply for my postgraduate work permit. I have received a 1-year contract position in a TER2. I would like to know if holding this short-term contract-based job as opposed to be a permanent position would affect my husband's eligibility to extend his open work permit when I apply for the PGWP. Is a permanent job required for his work permit extension, or would a contract position be acceptable? First of all, you're saying that you are about to apply for PGWP, which to me, it means that you are graduated. So before you think about your husband's work permit extension, you need to take care of your status in Canada. If you are graduated and you have not applied for postgraduate work permit, you cannot work with that contract, just only a contract. You need to have a work permit for that contract, which means the employer needs to apply for LMIA if it needs, or one of the LMIA exemption code to receive a work permit. So only the contract is not enough to have a legal status in Canada. So it's the most important part of that. And so as I think Olena mentioned during today's session, that transaction duration between your graduation until you get your work permit, PGWP, you cannot work in Canada in that period. Yeah, first of all, you need to take care of your status. If you are graduated and still not received your PGWP, and then based on the work permit, is it PGWP or work permit based on the LMI or LMI exemption, still your husband, if it's a TER2, your husband can apply for extension on his open work permit.
There is a question in Q&A. When we applied for PR applications, we show fund and application is under process. Still, so when we are allowed to use the money, or we have to wait until we got PR? Okay, so technically, we are showing this money as a funds, like settlement funds required for some of the PR applications. And if there's nobody looking at it, like you can use the money, but if they ask again for the proof of funds, then you are in a total mess. Then, so the thing is, my advice is that you have to keep those funds till you got the COPR or the last stage, like, COPR, till COPR.
Yeah, I think right now, like people have to be especially careful because one of the things that is like definitely my belief this year is that IRCC is not only trying to prevent people from applying for PR, but they're also trying to prevent people from getting approved. And they are like, I'm sorry, but they are on like a mission. They are on the mission to find reasons to refuse. And that's not the situation that we had in the last 5 years. This is the first time this year that we're truly seeing IRCC being so determined to find reasons. And some of those reasons are not even legitimate reasons. So anything that would get them to refuse you, like I would be very careful about it. So proof of funds, yeah, technically, you know, like I've had clients before that would withdraw and then put it back and like everything was fine. But 2025, not the year to joke around with this kind of stuff.
Right, there is a question. My spousal open work permit is expiring 7 July. I'm working long-term care in Wilmont area. Is there a way I can extend my stay with my husband? We are currently waiting for health data. I believe it's a healthcare category draw because we have 490 points. So, okay. So again, like not much information provided along with this question. It also depends like how long husband status is and in what kind of job he is doing. So let's say you can extend your spouse open work permit if your spouse's work permit is longer than yours and he or she is working under the tier 0 or 1 or some selected tiers 2 or 3 category job. Second thing, if that is not the case, you can extend your status as a visitor to stay with your spouse and wait for your draw.
In addition to that, another option that could be possible, although not that easy, is since you are working in a long-term care. I'm not too sure about the knock code, but if it's one of the knock codes which are in demand, your employer can apply for an LMIA. And generally, healthcare professional codes LMIA processing is comparatively faster, so that can also be a possible solution.
I just wanted to mention that people were, especially Laurence and Fernanda, have been answering questions also in typing. So if you guys asked a question in a Q&A box, make sure that you check if it has been answered, because I didn't even realize, guys, that you were doing such a good job in typing answers out and providing government links and all of that kind of stuff. So thank you for doing that. So yeah, guys, you can check Q&A box to see if your question has been answered, just to keep an eye on that. Oh, I like this one. Sorry, maybe I missed this one. Did we answer a question about the house in Canada? No, we did not. Okay, so yeah, if the applicant for express entry has already bought a house in Canada, can this count towards their proof of funds? That's a very interesting question. Well, number one is that I admire people who buy a house in Canada before they get permanent resident status, because it's quite an investment. It's determination. But yeah, it would not be counted as a proof of funds, because obviously, especially if it's mortgaged out, you know, that's it's just not liquid. Proof of funds, it has to be like actual liquid funds that you can use, right? Like in reality, you can use money. Like you cannot use your house to pay for, I don't know, groceries, right? So so yeah, you would not be able to use that. But yeah, I have a couple of clients that bought houses, and I'm like, and literally I'm like, I don't even know when are we able to apply for PR. Like I don't see a light in the end of tunnel, but they already bought houses. So so that's a determination, which is great. All right.
There is a question. I am Mary, an MBA graduate, 48 years, and would like to migrate to Canada. Kindly assist. Well, my suggestion is to start looking for a job in whatever you are good, where your experience is like greater.
There's a question from this, I think, did we answer this? If 1 year left in post-graduation work permit and also have ITA for PR, is there a specific time when it is eligible to apply for bridging open work permit, or can apply anytime within the year? If they have ITA, of course, then they can apply for the, like, if still like post-graduation work permit is there for 1 year, they don't need to apply for the bridging open work permit yet. They can apply anytime later on. They should, I think, go forward with the PR process right now.
Questions? 492 points. Do I have a chance? My work permit expiring March 2026. So you still have a fair timeline. So you have a year or just a little bit less than a year. If I were you, obviously, number one, I would explore how you can increase your points if it's possible. Maybe you're getting more experience, because 492, you just need to like extra a little bit, right? So maybe you're going to hit another year of your Canadian experience, or maybe, you know, something is going to, like, you already have high English, so, you know, just see if there is any opportunity for increasing points. But other than that, I would wait to see when the CC draws resume. I would wait to see what would be the points. If you don't see points falling down, if you don't see it being good, then I would definitely think about sponsorship. If I were you, like, honestly, like, our realistic consultation, like if you were to book a consultation with Corey, who's RCIC at Weber Immigration, and you were like going to ask this question, Corey probably would tell you, like, honestly, just like submit a sponsorship application, because it's just you can bang against the wall with 492 points for like the next 11 months and then still end up submitting spousal sponsorship, right? So it's a subjective opinion, but still, you know, it's just, you can submit spousal sponsorship now. You're already common law. So but of course there are personal feelings that are also come into place here, like whether you want to immigrate that way, and like I find that a lot of women don't. So so I know that it can be like emotional decision as well.
Disclaimer is always there.
All right. Any other questions we have, guys? Okay, guys, let's do the last rundown of questions, last kind of round, and then we're going to conclude our day 2 of the summit. Does being in army help? Well, it doesn't help. It's just as any other job, really. We actually have right now, one of our cases is the sponsor is in the army. It's as any other job. You know, it's totally fine. Like, you definitely, you guys can do sponsorship. That's not an issue. Federal skilled worker program is 200 points enough? No, it's definitely not enough. 100% not enough. Okay, let's see. Let's check on Q&A box.
If I use some of not all money from the fund which I show for PR application in between, and if I return the money before the decision done in my application under the process and provide explanation why explanation later, why I use some and return immediately, do I face problems? I guess this one is more based on luck. Like, if the agent during the processing of the application get back to you and say, I would like more proof, and at that moment the money is not there, then you can, as long as you are able to explain. But if you are able to take the money and put it back and no one asks, for me it's just more you and your luck. But as Olena said, I wouldn't take risk and leave the money there, because you never know when this letter can come. And until the last day, I will say, even at the airport, when people arrive, the agent is still allowed to ask you, like, do you still have the money on your bank account? So don't take risk.
Yeah, I've had back in the days when immigration was not super easy. I've had a client who had super hard time landing, and they lived already in Canada, and they just held them at the border for like 5 hours because of proof of funds. And the reason, it was like money on the account, and the reason why was because it was a couple and all of the money was in one person's account. I forget who, like either principal applicant or the dependent or the accompanying spouse. And the border officer held them for 5 hours with kids, like they have 3 kids, 5 hours, because they needed to prove that the other person, the spouse, has access to that money. I'm like, this is crazy. 5 hours at the border. Like they have kids. They've been living in Canada for 3 years. Like, they're fine. They're showing you like they're like literally online banking, right? Like, so sometimes you don't even think that things can be a problem, right? Until the officer decides so. So yeah, they definitely, when you land in an airport, not only as a PR, but also as a study permit holder, maybe you just got your study permit approved and you come into Canada to study, or a work permit holder or whomever, make sure that you're prepared for that landing at the airport or at the border, because they will ask you questions and they may give you a hard time. Sometimes it's easy, but sometimes it's not. All right, guys. Are we good? Anybody else has any questions they want to answer, or what do you think? We're good to go. Thank you so much. Thank you, Charity. Thank you. So many people said that they enjoyed our presentations, our summit, and yeah, we're concluding the day 2. So tomorrow is the final day. It's going to be amazing. We're going to talk all about PNPs, all about new pilot programs, all about out-of-the-box options for you guys. And we will have a Q&A session in the end. Thank you so much for joining us today. If you're watching this on YouTube, you can find the contacts and the consultation booking links of the panelists in the description of the video. If you're watching this on Zoom, then you will receive an email with all the links and all the giveaways and everything just on your email. So yes, thank you so much. Merci. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
See you tomorrow.